Hello. Are we here? I'm here. Granted, it took me a minute. I got distracted. I'm sorry. I was in the bathroom. Oh my god, Wild Saber's excited. Omega is here. Tanmux got in here first. Thank you so much for getting in. Wrong position. There we go. Hi, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a wonderful time. But yeah, happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. Hello, Reese, the proto-husky. Welcome, welcome. Hang on, I'm just trying to get this thing. Hang on. There we go. Got my diet soda. Yeah, 10 mucks. Thank you so much for being here first. I greatly appreciate it. Hawaiian Pizza is sitting in the background somewhere after doing a shit ton of fishing. We got Omega here. We got Wild Saber. We got people up and running, which is fantastic. Alrighty then. I'm looking forward to Gears of War, quite frankly. I am looking forward to it because the last few Gears of Wars that I had played, I very much had the mood of why, like, you know, why are they going through the narrative in this sort of a fashion? Like, I barely, you know, understand like why Marcus was, you know, here in a prison, why he's like so apprehensive with these people, like why, like there was just all these questions where it's like I feel like rather than them putting me like, you know, 14 years after E-Day, they could have been like, I don't know, maybe 10 years after E-Day or something like that, so I could at least get, you know, a prologue to Marcus fucking up and such. You're getting back to writing my book again, so I want to hear the major scene I'm about to. No, keep the book writing to yourself. Because like the last thing you want to do in book writing is spoil your like readers with what you're working on. Because if you just talk about what you're writing, you don't get around to writing and what have you. It's a slippery slope is what it is. But yeah, so I am honestly been having a very wonderful time playing through the Gears of War 3 game because quite frankly, it has been, you know, right at the get-go, like even the prologue mission was like, oh yeah, here's, you know, why, you know, a prologue sort of entry where it was like him trying to protect his dad so he can get the final research done. And it explains that it's like because of these actions, he got court-martialed and given a life sentence and such. And I'm like, ah, that explains why we got to him where we did in Gears of War 1. So like if it wasn't for the fact that I got like the previously on actually hang on a second. So let me just do the what's mahoozies. There we go. So that thing's there, and then I can pause the music in the background. So yeah, so if it wasn't for campaign standard, so this video here, so that video there does the explanation of like, oh yeah, after the events of Gears of War 2, we all went onto like ships and such looking for islands and yada yada yada. So that I would have wished could have been explained to me in like the first mission after the prologue, because, you know, after the prologue we get into this like scenario, we get into the scene where he wakes up on a boat, or I say a boat, he wakes up on a ship 2 years after the events of Gears of War 2, so 2 years after they, you know, sunk the thing. Apparently there was a Gears game that explains what the rest of the gang were up to during your run through this game. Ah, interesting. Okay. Well, I'm only going through the numbered Gears of War games, so yeah. But yeah, I honestly had a, like, I feel like the narrative has been like a lot better. Is this game continuing? Hello? I feel like this game has been a lot better in terms of like narrative, like, you know, us following Marcus pacing wise and such. So, Retro Lancer Bayonet needs his running start to kill an enemy on impact. Cool.
But that's downright unbelievable, even for that asshole. So, this thing your dad's invented, it'll kill off a Lambent? What about the rest of the grubs?
No guarantees. Just because they turn into Lambent doesn't mean it'll work on them. But we still gotta find out where Azura is.
Shame about the hammer. It's just what we need.
Goddamn thing! It still triggers a few satellites, but forget about accuracy.
Maybe I can fix that.
Baird, here's the disc. Amaze me. Bernie, you are not gonna believe this shit.
It'll have to wait, Vic. Is anyone monitoring the radio net? It's Sam and Anya. They're pinned down outside the perimeter.
That is Bernie. Come on, people, lock and
such
load.
thick Australian accents.
What? Did I miss something, Blondie?
Yeah, I'll let your old man fill
Like,
you in.
am I only
Just keep an eye on
just
his blood
realizing
pressure.
that there's
Stay
Australians in this
calm, deep
game, or is
breaths,
it just
that
a
kind of
new
stuff, okay?
thing in Gears of War 3? Ugh, excuse me. Feel a little bloated. Ride out in the truck to get
Cole,
Anya.
with me. Dom, you and Bernie get up there and give us some cover while Baird works on the hammer.
Alright, here we go.
Anya, we're coming to get you. Are you okay? Where's Jace?
We're pinned down. Jace isn't here. He's on his way with Carmine.
Okay, Anya, hold on.
We'll give you covering fire. Go get him.
Okay, whilst you're doing that thing where you're like sort of giving me explanation on things, I don't need that right now, okay? Like, there is a phrase that I utilize with like other like whatsamahoozy in like other with like other streamers and such like that. Highly recommend that. Sorry, I was clarifying what they said. That's okay. Like, look, I didn't care. Like, I didn't have a huge bother with them like, cause you know, the whole, like, them separating out and such like that. I didn't have a huge care of the problem of like, oh, the Hammer of Dawn isn't as effective and they wish they could use it again, but it's got no accuracy. I was fine with that. Because here's the thing. The Hammer of Dawn, like, in any other sci-fi medium, would have been seen as a quote-unquote Deus Ex Machina of like, oh, we just need this to be a quick solve for like a huge problem. Because guess what? Because like, you know what it kind of was? It's like the rail gun from like, you know, Transformers, you know, Rise of the Fallen or whatever the second film was, where they just had that fucking rail gun on a random ship and then never used it again. Like, I was fine with the Hammer of Dawn. I thought it was a one-time thing in Gears of War 1.
Yo, Marcus, I see the ladies behind the pack horse.
Look out! Digger!
I'm trying to... Oh, never mind.
Marcus, are you okay? Marcus! Come on, get up!
Shit, is that Carmine?
Digger!
Keep your head down!
Come on, fall back to the fort!
Attacking!
Shit, Marcus! Now the Lambent are joining the party.
Let's just get everybody inside!
Got some on!
Hey, those are my kills, bitch!
Baird, we're being overrun with Lambent! Bring the hammer online!
Okay, but you better get in here. We don't have full control.
Ooh, okay, okay. Hang on, I've lost track of where to go.
Godlord! Chloe piece of shit! Down in front!
Fire in the hole!
Godlord!
Oh, I barely have ammunition.
That don't look good.
Oh! Oh, and... Okay, was that Carmine?
Look out! Oh, shit!
Lambent Berserker!
God damn, you a ugly bitch.
The
Hurry!
We're running out of time, Marcus!
There, we need that hammer! It's firing! Come on, now! Revive me!
Marcus, run!
Revive me!
Was a bit anticlimactic there, but cool. Ooh, yeah.
Did we fry that bitch?
Looks that way.
All right, everybody get inside. We've got unfinished business to... What the hell?
Oh, fuck, it's still alive. Here's the problem. I don't have any bullets.
Everybody get to the rear of the fort! Run! Revive me!
Get back in the game! The hell is that flabby thing in her chest?
Oh, looks like her rib's opening. Okay, that's gotta be a weak spot. Aim for it! Give her all you got, people! Now! Wait until her rib's open! Aim for the heart! I'm out. Don't shoot until she's up close!
Yeah, but if she charges at you, it's like a one-shot kill. Hope you realize that, Marcus.
Man, this is one tough bitch! Even for the cold train! Hey, sexy baby, come on, mama! Come to the cold train!
Ooh, boy. Oh, there we go. Come on, turn around.
She's
fuck is
leaking
that?
emulsion! Keep clear!
Here we go, here we go. Hi there, Ruby. Welcome, welcome.
Oh shit! Emulsion vapor! Nice!
Damn it.
Get up! Thanks.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna dodge that one. That one I got ran into. I was doing beside that end bit, I was doing fairly alright.
She's leaking emulsion! Keep clear! Revive me! Somebody help me, please.
Oh shit! Emotion vapor!
Everybody!
Yeah! Did it that time. You kind of got stuck in a corner? Kind of did. Kind of did. More like kind of. I did get stuck in a corner. Woo! Can't wait for that thing to be a mini boss.
How was it for you? Are we done here? Come on, Baird, we got a job to do.
He's just could not care. He wants to know more.
There you go, Azura. No pictures, but plenty of data and maps. Knock yourself out.
But it's an island. How the hell do you hide an island?
That's how. More of Prescott's top secret bullshit. What the hell's a maelstrom barrier?
It's some kind of shielding device.
Or it could be a literal
Wow, an
storm.
artificial hurricane around the island. Hey,
Or that.
Prescott was really investing in the crazy tyrant technology. I almost admire that. But it looks like the only way in is to go under it.
Well, there's an old sub laid up at the shipyard in Endeavor.
Yeah, if it's seaworthy, if you can get the motors running, and if you can fuel it.
Now, son,
Lot of ifs there.
come here. I'm ex-merchant Navy. I can fix it, drive it, and fuel it. If you can find a place to fill the tanker.
We can detour via Mercy or Char. I know Mercy. It's an emulsion pumping station. Let's try there first.
Dom,
sure
you
you
sound like...
What, because it's Maria's hometown? I can handle that now. And we need the fuel.
Never mind. Yeah, I was about to say, he was sounding very downer compared to when I heard him back in Gears of War 2, but, you know, probably still upset he's over Maria. It's only been 2 years. That's a huge amount of time. Or, sorry, not a huge amount of time, I should say. Breakneck run at the Anvil Gate.
Can't help noticing you haven't insisted on coming along, Colonel.
I didn't surrender this
Hello.
town in the last war, and I'll be damned if I'm going to obey.
Hello, Goldie. Thank you for the hyper himbo, Ruby. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we're too old to run. We'll just sit on the front porch and blow the shit out of anything that
Hey.
moves.
How dare you?
All right. Baird, Cole, you go find reinforcements. Sub or no sub, we'll be screwed if we don't get some backup. We need transport, weapons, and anyone who can fight. Okay, let's roll. Emulsion field ahead! Take it steady, people.
Marcus, there's no other route to Mercy. We're gonna have to drive through that shit.
Heads up! We got buzzards coming in!
Hard to see what kind of shirt I'm wearing when someone decides to steal my shirt.
Okay, hit the metal! Go, go, go!
Wreck up ahead! Look out!
We got a Reaver in the way! Come on, take it out!
Look out! We still got Reavers on our ass, people!
Reaver on the road! Shoot it!
Heads up! Reaver on the road!
Yeah, I see him, I see him.
We're fast! Let's go!
The highway's on the other side of those emulsion pipelines.
They're rusted to hell and full of vapor. Let's try blowing some holes in them. Brace for this, people. It's gonna be close.
There we go. Yeah.
Well, that worked.
We're gonna crash if we don't make a gap soon.
That's our way out. Concentrate your fire.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Hell yeah.
Okay, let's see what else they've lined up for us.
Hey! Roadblock! Ahead!
Dizzy, get in front and plow him out of the way.
Coming through! Ooh-wee!
Good hit, good hit.
There goes my good driver discount. Oh, damn! It's the crawlies!
They're just small ones. We can roll right over 'em.
Yeah, but where's their mother?
There's the mother.
There she is. What the fuck?
Bloody hell! Look out, we've got company!
You're navigating, Dom. Where are we?
There's an airfield up ahead. Once we get there, it's a clear road to Mercy.
So can't get overhearing Jake from Adventure Time and not Marcus? Yeah, he's
And I'll open the
wide
door.
range of skills this man has. Cord. Rest in
How
peace,
you holding up,
Concord,
Dizzy?
the airline.
I'm glad this rig's empty.
Troika! Careful!
Front up ahead!
Shit, Marcus, I can't see past this hood ornament. Hold on.
There we go.
That did the trick.
I'm turning onto the runway now!
Tricor!
There we go. Now I got my shirt on. Now everyone can see the let it snow shirt.
God damn it, we're trapped. We're stuck in sand.
Jace, get us out of here!
I'm trying. It won't move. Give me a sec.
Ugh.
Look out, we've got company!
Okay, people, hold them off till we can get out of here! How's it coming, Jace?
Almost got it.
Well, you better get it quick, because we're out of time!
Got it. We're moving.
Go, go, go!
Oh, she's on my left side to like reload my gun. That's why I'm not doing the active reloading.
Bruma!
Uh-oh.
Jace, look out for the rockets!
I'm on it. Shit, how are we going to get past that? We can't bust through the barrier with the Brumak there.
But we could go over it!
Oh yeah, I'm up for that one. Let's
go.
do it.
Hey, we're dragging razor wire.
Let's take his head off. Ooh, now that's gotta hurt.
Damn it! This rig's got more
Nice.
holes in it than my shorts.
Gears of War 3 is such a
We
fun
should be
time.
first in a
I
few hours.
Well, watch
Gears of
your
War
six,
3
people.
has so far
We
been
left a
like
lot
the
of
best
pissed
of
off
the
grubs
Gears of
back
War
there.
games I've played so far. I honestly have been enjoying it, so. Alright.
Dizzy, I thought you said this town was occupied.
Yeah. It was busier than a fiddler's elbow a few months ago.
People don't abandon a fuel depot for no reason.
Okay. Keep an eye out for grubs. We might need to get out fast.
Oh, shit! Looks like they shut down the main pump.
The controls have to be somewhere along this pipeline.
All right, let's follow it. Jace, Dizzy, you stay here while we check out the town.
Hope TFF was a wonderful time when you went. I feel bad I missed your recap. It's all good, Port King. The
Hello?
recap will be available
Anybody
in
home?
VOD, and at one point
We
I
just
will
need
need to
some
put it on
fuel.
YouTube. So, one of the things I also need to do is I need to double check the my Telegram for the video that someone did of a recording of me at the Bimbo Fur Meet when I did like my little 40-second dance routine.
So when were you last here, Dom?
15 years. Maria's family, they're buried near the church. I wanted to bury her and the kids here too. But
Not good. Also, I have barely any fucking ammo, which is not great. No action so far, which is a little odd.
Hey, everybody stop. Look, the pipeline's rigged.
Stay sharp, people. Could be an ambush.
Look out, it's got a motion sensor. Well, so far so good. No signs of fighting. Or grubs.
Yeah, but what's with the marked doors?
Look, there's another charge.
this isn't a trap. It's sabotage.
Let's just disarm it and keep moving.
Why would they rig the pipeline with charges?
I don't know. Might explain why the place is deserted, though.
It is a little weird. More ammunition, thank you. Swap back over to Lancer as it now has way more ammo. You did come across a con photo channel of a close friend Discord of them meeting you at TFF? With me in suit? Oh, that's nice.
Somebody definitely wants... Take cover!
Okay, that was...
Hey, check fire! We're gears! Gears!
Get your hands off those goddamn charges!
Did you rig the pipeline? You want to blow this place up?
Yeah! I gotta stop this thing from spreading! Just let me get on with the job!
What thing? You got an epidemic?
How the hell should I know what it is? It's some kind of fever. People started burning up, screaming and fighting, turning crazy. And I'm dead if I'm gonna turn up like that. Like some rabid dog, not even human no more.
You better come with us. We can get you some help.
No, it's too late. Leave me alone.
Hey, come back! We need to know where else you've laid charges.
I don't think he's in the right mind to help us.
Well, he was interesting.
Whatever fever he was talking about, I hope it's not contagious.
Let's just follow the pipeline and get the pump started. Hey, Dom. There's a city out there.
Yeah, that's Char. What's left of it anyway after the hammer strikes. The stranded there used to refine their own fuel.
Well, if it doesn't work out here, then that's our next stop.
Hey, we're Cog! Don't run! We're on your side! Where'd he go?
Maybe he's the one that's gone nuts and they're hiding from him. Crazy bastard.
It's a possibility. Ooh, fog. There we go.
Looks like the pipeline takes us into the sewers. Let's go.
What a strange pipeline to have,
You hear
honestly.
something? Apart from the water.
Stranded. Probably hiding down here.
Oh,
Oh, God. It's the crazy old man. But what killed him?
Well, it wasn't a fever.
alright, so we can't break down that wall.
All right, it's close quarters down here, so let's split up and give ourselves some elbow room. Dom, Sam, go right. Anya, stick with me.
He wants to be with his babe, Anya. What the fuck are you supposed to be?
Ma'am, are you okay? Who did this? What happened? What the hell?
She's lambent! It's spread to humans!
Oh, that's not great.
Just shoot the bloody thing! It's not human! Shit! She's not alone! Marcus, they're everywhere!
Come on, we've got to find a way out of here.
Alright, let's get moving. Let's get out of here. Damn it. Hi there, Vol. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing alright. And I picked up the wrong weapon. There we go. Cookie for Vol! Here's your cookie, Vol. Was looking through your old phone pics and found some selfies we took at Furdu. Nice. That's cool. So yeah, I don't have a lot of photos of my fursuit, or at least when I'm in fursuit, because like, you know, I'm a little busy fursuiting, so any that are posted are always greatly appreciated.
We've got to get that ramp down!
Oh, cool.
How can humans turn Lambent? It only affects Locust.
Yeah, well now it's jumped the species barrier again. Dizzy, we've got Lambent
You were in fursuit. Yeah, no, that's good. That's good.
You shitting me, son?
I wish. We've got to stop them getting out.
We gotta get that pipeline working first. I know we're in the shit, but that sub ain't gonna run on piss and moonshine.
Huh. Lambent humans. No wonder the old guy wanted to frag the place.
Is that it? Are we all gonna end up like them? Former humans?
No, we're getting out. We grab the fuel, we're out of here.
My great idea to come here. Sorry, Marcus.
It's just as well we did. Now we know the whole human race could turn Lambent if we don't do something about it.
Good that we figured that out, but now comes the question of how do we figure that out? Because the cogs here are not I wouldn't exactly put them down as like bioengineered geniuses, quite frankly.
We've got more GoWs!
Ah, crap.
Hey, look up there.
Can you get to the machine gun? It's still loaded!
Come on, we need 2 people on that gun!
They're flanking us left!
Watch the side!
God damn, there must have been a lot of humans here.
To the right!
They just keep coming! There's too many!
You seem to be having an easy time. At least I am. Hi there, Velk. Welcome, welcome.
Coming over the roof!
Although now I've lost sight of them. Virus mutation would probably occur real fast in this place. Oh yeah, in a sci-fi scenario where they decide to,
Guys, get
you
in
know,
here, quick!
suddenly
Climb
deal with
ladders!
viruses and biowarfare, yep. Well, at least the random civilian is alive.
Thanks for the assist.
Gears. You're the last people we expected to see.
Hey, are you feeling okay?
Fine, so far. But he's not looking too good.
I wonder if
Is this
it
how it
is.
starts?
Yeah, you seen this before? Cause this ain't just rustling.
Uh-oh. Alright, they're dead. That was a very short-lived, like, NPC's life. Are they just gonna keep spawning until I get to the fuel pump?
Coming under the wall!
God damn, they leap though. That is some crazy human genetics nonsense right there.
on the roof!
Damn it. Loaded too soon.
Over the wall!
There's too many!
I think it's enough. I think we can take them on. Yeah, they probably should have boarded up that window in the whatever that building was. Probably a church for all I know. Ladies?
Okay, we're clear for now.
Looks like they rerouted the pipeline through the church. Let's go.
I am not gonna end up like them. I bloody well am not.
You won't, Sam. I've got your back.
The grubs are gonna be here soon, Marcus. We're running out of time to fuel up.
Yeah, okay.
All right, let's
You
find
and I
out
are kind of
how
under
we
the
get the fuel
pump, alright?
flowing.
We've both been experiencing the same traumatic shit, alright? I wonder if it's because of, like, emulsion, like, close proximity to the emulsion is what's causing it. Because, like, in the second game, we had something called rust-a-lung happening or something like that, and I think that was definitely caused by emulsion shit.
Okay, that's it. Dom, we'll deal with the pump.
Thanks. But don't wait for me if anything goes wrong.
Just make it
What
fast.
the... Dom, the fuck you on about, alright? You got a death wish or something? I'm guessing this is where they bury the family. Flores. Okay.
Maria. Baby, I'm sorry I couldn't bring you home. But you're with the kids now. That's home, yeah? I'll see you all again one day. Look, Marcus is busy saving the world again, so I gotta be there for him. Sleep tight, sweetheart.
Aww. That was a nice, like, soft moment there. Marcus, are you struggling with a lever that we've dealt with several times over?
Dizzy, the fuel's online. Stand by.
And it's got emulsion dripping out of the bandages, so it's probably not going to be a very helpful source. Probably is going to be low pressure as well.
Somehow, I don't think that's the choir.
I think you're being funny there, Marcus.
We finish this bunch and then we get the hell out of here, okay?
You think the old guy laid enough explosives to blow the town?
No, but it will put a big hole in it.
Then we'll have to settle for slowing them down.
Was I able to just, like, run through them?
We're on our way. Dom, what's the fastest way back to the fuel station?
Just cut through the vaults under the church. It used to be an air raid shelter in the Pendulum Wars.
Better hope we've cleared out the Lambent.
Ugh. Smell those emulsion fumes. Never used to be like this.
Hey, Marcus. Your father thinks it's emulsion that's killing Sarah, right?
Yeah. We killed to get the stuff, and now it's killing us.
Yo, Marcus, we got grubs up the highway.
Actually, color me
Is the
curious.
tanker ready to roll?
She's still spewing fuel, Marcus. I can't plug all the leaks.
There we go.
Oh, shit.
Air Raid Shelter Mercy A37. Maximum persons 250. Do not leave this shelter until you hear the old clear siren. Do not leave litter, especially food. It encourages flies and vermins. Keep the ventilators open for fresh air unless a chemical alert is in progress. Keep all bedding within the bay lines to allow unimpeded access. Remove all bedding from the shelter for airing. Do not smoke. Keep noise to a minimum. Consider your neighbors. By order of the Secretary for Civil Defense, Coalition of Ordered Governments.
All right, leave the damn thing. Get to the pickup.
Roger that. We'll be locked and ready to go.
Alright, here we go. Now we're gonna make our way back. Meow. Just doing a little poop scoop. Just a little poop dash. Is that everyone? Hopefully that's everyone.
Marcus, come on, we're good to go.
We're cut off!
Uh-oh.
Dead enough to me.
I'm out!
Watch the sides! Grappler's coming up! Lock and load! Got one! Oh yeah! Frag out!
Not afraid of a girl, are you?
Probably never seen a girl in their life.
Look out! Bombers behind us!
Shit, we've got glowies too!
Hold them off! We gotta get to the pickup!
Shoot the
This piece of shit!
Where am I going? Not here.
Eat it!
You take now, you piece of shit!
Oh!
Run! Get to the other side!
Alright, we're going. The only woman they've ever seen is their mommy. No! Dom! Shit.
We're surrounded!
There's too many! We're not gonna make it!
Hold them off! Just hold them off!
Please tell me we got a plan. Oh god, don't do a one-man stand thing. Dom, what the hell are you doing?
Dom! Get out of there! Jump!
Alright, okay. Oh wait, but there's no fuel attached to the back of it.
Dom! Dom, where are you going?
Is he abandoning us? Oh, he's fucking abandoning us. Wait. What?
Dom, what the fuck are you doing?
Pulling the plug on him, Marcus! Jump, will you? Do it!
What do you mean pulling the plug on them?
Never thought it would end like this, huh? Huh, Maria?
Dom!
What? They're playing Mad World here too?
Marcus! He's gone! He's gone! There's nothing you can do! Stop
Get
it!
off me! God
Stop
damn it! Let me get him out of there!
But, you're not getting him out of there. That is a fucking terrible idea, Marcus.
It's okay, Marcus. It's okay. Come on. We gotta go now. Your father still needs us.
Dom.
Now we don't have any fuel either. That's the other problem. Like, we went all the way over to Mercy to get
We're out
fuel.
of gas.
Whoa, so this is Char. Damn. And people still live here after the hammer strikes?
Yep, they're in there, son. But they ain't the welcoming kind.
We're out of choices. We need the fuel, welcome or not. We've got to get to the shipyard. Dizzy, stay here and guard the truck. Okay. You can quit tiptoeing around me. He's dead. But he saved us. so we'll make sure he didn't die for nothing.
That's annoying.
Oh, no.
Oh, God, they're people.
Yeah.
Oh.
Kind of creepy. It's like this is what they were doing when the hammer strikes hit.
It's all that's left of them. Ash.
Shit, man, look at them. They were running for their lives.
And they've lasted all these years.
Yeah. It's a mass grave, people. Let's show what respect we can.
Some of them even having flowers around them, which is kind of wild.
Dizzy, there's nobody around so far. Nobody alive, anyway.
Dizzy, you're breaking up. Damn, lost him again. Okay, we better assume someone's got us in their sights.
Look out!
Well, we can't say Dizzy didn't warn us.
Hello? Anyone there? Hey, we just want to trade! Guess not.
I don't think they're gonna want to trade with us.
Stay sharp. And watch out for more accidents.
Oh, someone's moving.
Hey, stop!
Look out!
Shit!
They've rigged the whole place with traps.
He took off left, around the corner.
Follow that asshole. Don't lose him.
Catch Ash Man?
Keep an eye on the Ash people. He could be any one of them. Over there!
What's he pushing? What is that?
Stay sharp. Anything could be a trap.
Oh.
Man, this guy must be cross-eyed.
Fall back! It's another trap!
Now, where did that asshole go?
Oh, don't worry. He'll show up again.
Oh, shit! Follow! Look, that guy's out of his goddamn mind. I mean, how the hell does he even get him in there? A box of polyps? What the fuck?
Let's take a look in here.
Probably just collects them one at a time.
Oh, God. Such a tragedy.
Worse yet, we did this to ourselves.
Cog tag. And this is that was a modern Lancer there, not a retro. Did I just get a phone notification? What was that? Here we go. ammunition, thank you.
Hey, you guys, you hear that?
Look out!
You fucking amateur! You think you can scare us off, huh? We're gears!
Save your breath, Jace. Come on.
All right. Sorry, Marcus.
What the hell? We better check that out. But carefully.
Oh, you bastard!
Now you see that shit there? That ain't funny. Is that him up there? Hey, asshole!
Stop chasing Ash. Not gonna help. We're still going through here.
Ah, shit! Polyps!
Damn things are everywhere now.
Very much is like a modern Pompeii. With like the whole, like, just everyone in Ash just sort of laid about and such. Because like the whole, like, the way it was explained in the first Gears of War is that like they used like the Hammer of Dawn to burn like 90% of the surface or something like that. And the whole idea was like it was to reduce the amount of
Hey, hold your fire! God damn it, we're gears!
Maybe they can't hear you.
Oh, they can hear me. I said hold your fire, you fucking assholes!
Oh boy, I don't like the sound of that.
Shit, we got stalks!
Oh yeah, sure, now you can fucking hear me!
There we go. But yeah, the whole idea is that they like a majority of like Sarah or what have you was like burned using the Hammer of Dawn.
Coming down.
Hi there, Cat.
Fucking asshole's got to say for himself.
Oh, he's literally covered in ash.
You got one chance. Don't piss me off.
Griffin don't want no outsiders in this town, especially Cog. You took a big risk coming here.
Look, all we want is fuel, and then we'll go.
Ah, goddamn you, little Incineroar.
Well, lady, he might want to do business with you.
Just take us to see him, little man.
Let me tell you something, Locust Horn!
Hi, Cat. Hang on.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good. I just got home from my week at the coast for Easter.
Ooh, you had a little Easter holiday.
Yes.
Nice, nice, nice. How was it?
I was bored out of my gourd.
Was it because you're just like surrounded by family and it's just like I can't talk about furry shit here.
I can't goon.
You can't goon.
I got a doink off.
Ah, darn shame. Oh, excuse me, throat.
But now I'm home alone for the night. So I'm gonna flood loot South Wales.
Goon responsibly.
I'm gonna squirt everywhere.
Goon responsibly, Chad, okay? Goon responsibly.
Tap 1 if you're a part of the squirt squad.
Do not tap 1. Don't.
Tap 1.
No, don't.
You can see the mess he made of the city. Folks around here haven't forgotten the hammer.
We all know that COG is a part of the squirt squad. They're the promoters.
Dying out there.
Whoa!
Fuck.
Just explaining how folks feel.
Hey, tell me about Griffin.
Oh,
Unfortunately, I have been mega sick as of late. I think I got that new strain of COVID.
Ah, okay. I got sick a little bit, like from like after traveling to TFF and then traveling back. I got a little bit sick on the way, from the ride back, which I think is just a mixture of like jet lag and con crud, which is a little unfortunate. So, and like I only had like maybe 2 days of not working before I had to come into the office. And then I was on break again for another 2 days after doing the Saturday shift.
Not since our
It's
last
been
shipment went missing.
damn near 2 weeks, and I still feel like Arthur Morgan at the end of Red Dead 2.
Okay.
I'm afraid, sister.
Just you're down with the tuberculosis.
I'm a furry, sister.
I'm afraid.
I'm afraid.
Wild Saber says they'll goon irresponsibly. Gosh darn it.
I'm a good man.
Can you show me the 2-piece again?
All right, one last time.
Awesome.
Oh my god. Everyone here is just...
Cable cars.
That Xbox grunge.
Yeah, only crazy guys move around on the ground.
Yeah, we noticed.
She's Australian.
Goddamn car.
Yeah, can we come in?
Shit, why you bringing them up here? Target practice for the chief.
Come on, man. They ain't ordinary cog assholes. They just killed a heap of glowies for us. They really need to see the chief.
Chicken.
Okay.
Do I have that sound? The chicken No, I don't have the chicken explosion anymore.
Get out here, you little weasel.
They need to see the chief. They open the door. Da-da-da-da.
Da-da-da-da. You put mods in this game?
People used to say he's badass with a hate for the coalition.
I'm not always sick. But if I am, it's because I am immunodeficient.
Sick and
So,
tired of
thanks
my
for that.
shit. Hopefully you're never sick and tired of me.
Never.
Maybe you cog aren't all bad.
Maybe you cog.
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 Oh, I got a respect for the dead? Why did I get a respect for the dead? Hang on. Does it give me... No. I was hoping to... I pressed the middle button, but it opened up my Steam thing rather than the actual achievements thing.
Xbox strike off.
So yeah. So yeah. Oh, Cap, you're probably not aware. I have now moved my desk from like the small bedroom that it was in before into the bigger living room.
Mr. Griffin, sir.
Ooh, big swag.
These car guys showed up and they did a great job on.
Do you think he's like Griffin from Berserk?
Want some fuel?
What the fuck are you doing bringing the cog here?
Nope, never mind.
He's black.
He is a mixture of Blade and Riddick.
Boy, get out of here before I lose.
Riddick, if you will.
So welcome to.
We thought it was going to be a white twink, but it's Gears of War, so
yeah,
it's like entirely
got some nerve
the opposite.
coming around here asking for favors, motherfuckers.
Why does he sound like?
Sir, we understand.
What's the movie?
Let me check.
Bitch, you don't understand shit.
Bitch.
Those ash remains, those were my workforce, my employees.
What's the name of the guy from the Law and Order SVU?
Fucking Ice. Is it Ice Cube or Ice? Yeah, it's Ice Cube.
I think it's like Ice-T.
Oh no, it's Ice-T. That's him. That's fucking him. I just checked.
That is him. That's Ice-T.
That's Ice-T.
No wonder I was listening and I was just like, yeah, that man he sounds like Ice-T. It's because it is, of fucking course.
My family. I don't like their rest being disturbed by outsiders, and especially no.
Wait, CSI.
I think we understand, Grieving.
Oh, and who the fuck are you?
Marcus Phoenix.
I'm gonna take you down to the station.
There's a name I think
Guilty
I call.
fuck.
You know the first rule of business, Mr. Phoenix?
Remind me.
It's what's in it for me. You need fuel, so do I. Ironic seeing as how I built an empire on it. So you get my fuel back, and I'll let your punk ass keep some.
Well, what's stopping you from getting it?
Our refinery
Phoenix, you need to prosecute this motherfucker.
Shit, they didn't even send my cable car back. So I'm asking you to progress the order for me. Get my fuel and my cable car. Now, can you manage that, killer?
You wouldn't be setting us up now, would you?
God damn it, get your hands off me!
Oh no, they stole his hat too.
They jumped me and took the truck. They
Every contract has a performance guarantee, Phoenix. Your associate is now mine.
Don't you lay a finger on him. Don't you fucking dare.
Cookie for Night Sky.
Don't waste it.
Oh, Jesus, an hour to get around town?
That's like a 2-hour job, though, retrieving a cable car on foot and fuel.
Yeah.
Okay, Marcus, let's do this and get out of here.
Yeah, let's.
Alrighty.
I like us for you.
Nice of them to leave all these supplies lying around.
Nice of the princess to invite us to the spectacle, eh, Luigi?
I have yet to watch the new Mario film. I really want to, because it's like, number one, it's Super Mario Galaxy. Like, who wouldn't want to watch it? And number two, apparently they introduced Fox fucking McCloud into it. He's not even part of Mario Bros. Like, why is he in Mario Galaxy?
Okay. 1, they did do that. 2, he's so fucking hot in that movie. Oh my
Night
god.
Sky Gem paid me to say just came to blep and meow you
Silent
before
Island's
bed.
Discord guest. The TTS bot has something to say.
Rude ass robot.
Yeah. But no, I just think it's like, I need to find the TikTok where it's basically someone did like it's a TikTok of someone dressed up as Daisy and they're like looking through bottles and they're like, they're having a party without me. And then it looks at the Fox McCloud post. It's like, Fox McCloud, that mercenary jerk, he's not even part of this game. Nintendo is setting up their own Avengers cast. Okay. As cool as it would be to have a Smash Bros. Ultimate, like, film or something like that from Illumination, I don't want that. I am fine with us having, like, you know, oh, wouldn't it be fun having more Nintendo, like, IP films and shit? But I'm totally fine if it's like, oh, we just have a disconnected Pikmin film, or a disconnected Fox film, or a disconnected Samus film. We're getting a live-action Zelda. Could you imagine Nintendo just doing the Marvel thing of like, oh, rather than like, you know, sticking to only the same
Night
format
Sky
of like...
Gem paid me to say they gave Fox black lips looks like black lipstick.
Yeah, because like foxes in real life have like black lips and what have you, I'm pretty sure. Like that's not a... That wasn't a...
Yeah, but they made him look super slutty about it.
Do you have a thing for Fox McCloud?
You have a thing.
I do now.
You think you... Chat, hang on a second. We need to get the... Let me open up Opera GX real quick. We need to quickly look up Fox McCloud. One moment, please. Fox McCloud. Here we go. There he is. There he is. There's Fox McCloud. And look, there he is again there. And there
That
he is there.
slutty little lip of his.
That's slutty. Look at him. Apparently, like, his whole like thing was because like Glenn Powell wanted to do a standalone Fox McCloud film after the success of this first Super Mario. So it's a shame that we don't get like a standalone Fox film, but like
Check your DMs, trust.
check my DM. I don't trust.
Trust.
Okay. I was worried for a second. Hang on a second. It's gonna pop up. Like, you don't like that? Also, the fact that that Glenn Powell decided to dress up as Fox McCloud for the Super Mario reveal, like, good for you.
You know what? He had that shit on, though.
He had that shit on. He had that fit. Hang on a second. I'm just scrolling down because, like, I'll be real. Like, there is like different clips or like frames from the film. I think everyone's showing like scanlations and shit though. So hang on, Fox McCloud Super Mario Galaxy movie. There we go. Images. Hopefully we'll get like more. Also, what the fuck is with Yoshi? Like, look at Yoshi on the left there. Why is he fucking mogging? Like, what the shit?
I'll tell you why. Because it's childish Gambino. Homegirl drop it like the Nasdaq. Move white girls like it's coke on my ass crack. Move black girls, cause man, fuck it. I'll do either. I like pussy, I like bitches. Do that shit, be run Rito with ideas with some shorts. Be all over me. My greatest in my grocery, where it's supposed to be.
I'm looking at to see if they'll show more fun. Oh my gosh! Like, oh, look at this one. This one's alright. He's like doing a point. Like, I want to watch it. I know there's some people that are like, oh, it's just it's just bright color slop or something like that. Like it doesn't, like it's very immature. And I'm
Oh
like,
yeah, no, it's an absolute fucking YouTube Shorts ass movie.
Like look at this fit. Like, let's be real. Were we expecting that much from a fucking Super Mario? Were we expecting this kind of like high stakes quality from a fucking Minecraft or a Sonic? No, we're not. Because there are some people that remember the shitty quality of the Mortal Kombat film. And I'm not talking about the cool Mortal Kombat that we got, a couple years ago. I'm talking about the Mortal Kombat YouTube movie. We've had some real stinkers of video game adaptations. And what's more is some of the ones that have been, lauded as, oh, this was an amazing adaptation, have been things such as the Tomb Raider one with Angelina Jolie, where it's like, oh, cool, you've done like the model justice, but you've done nothing else for us. Like, we have had, oh, and let us not forget fucking Resident Evil. Remember Resident Evil? Like, not the 3Ds, but like the
No, I know the Resident Evil movies.
Monster Hunter? I'm gonna upset people. You know Monster Hunter film? The one with the same peeps that did the Resident Evil? So there are some people outside of the Monster Hunter like fandom that looked at that film and they were like, oh, that is some amazing work. This is what the film industry intends for video game adaptations and shit. And it's like, no, it's not. Quite frankly, it's fine if we get something that is just simply, hey, remember Yoshi? Remember the mushroom? Remember Rosalina? Like, it's fine, okay? Considering we've had absolute crap beforehand,
Remember
it's
Pigman?
fine that we got fucking Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong, okay? Like,
You remember what from Super Mario Bros. 2?
So yeah. So, alright. So we're not, like, we could have had far, far worse, okay? And it's just important that when we get the good things, such as, the first 3 Sonic films, or the Mortal Kombat most recent live action, or what's another
Or
good
the
thing?
original Mortal Kombat movie
I don't
with the
know.
Shang Tsung that goes, your soul is mine.
I don't know. Yeah.
Or the live action Street Fighter movie.
Okay.
For me, it was Tuesday.
The day that Bison invaded your village must have been the most important day in your life. For me, it was Tuesday. Like, good for him. Good for John. Is it John Romero? Was that his name? No, Raul Mendez. Good for Raul Mendez. Because let's be real, he was Gomez Adams in the Addams Family film, and quite frankly, like probably one of the best of the the duo of Gomez and Morticia Addams. So he was in that side, and then he was over on the M. Bison for Street Fighter. You know why he did those 2 films after doing all kinds of earlier shit? It's because he wanted films that his kids could enjoy. Good for him. All right. Look up Fox McCloud Rosalina meme. Am I gonna regret this? Am I gonna? Not interested in you being in your movie, but I would like to give you minimal screen time at the beginning. Render you unconscious in a cage for most of the what?
That's spoilers, but yeah, they fucking
okay.
They fucked it.
Cool. Once again, Wild Saber doing the hey Grant, I know you don't want spoilers. Here's a spoiler.
I was there.
Oh shit. Anya.
You've done
My
that
bad.
more than once now.
I ain't meaning like that.
It's okay.
Rest in peace, good sir, and rest in peace the first MK Mortal Kombat Shang Tsung, and happy you played him in 11. Asshole. I wanted that.
Could be worse.
I wanted that ammo crate.
Here we go again.
Good. I need to kill something ugly.
But yeah, like, it's fine when we have, like, terrible films, okay? Like,
Oh no, I loved it with all my heart.
The last terrible film.
Stay sharp.
So, yeah,
These
and
assholes
besides,
could come out of
let's
anywhere.
not forget that, you know, Shrek, the cultural icon that it is, was seen as the less desirable film to work on over in DreamWorks because they thought Prince of Persia was going to start some sort of multi-film, like, you know, renaissance of Christian.
You got that wrong. You got that wrong. It was Prince of Egypt, and do not ever slander Prince of Egypt. That was
No. I'm like, here's the thing is, people, they put so much fucking money and so much fucking work into Prince of Egypt, like you wouldn't believe. And they were using Shrek as a punishment. They were it was joked about that if you irked someone or something like that during the production, you were sent to the quote-unquote swamp.
Yeah, and right through Lambent.
Hi there, gooey Jerry. Welcome to the stream.
I hope Dizzy doesn't.
I feel like that's reasonable for them to put so much stock into Prince of Egypt, because like
Go back and grab him if we didn't need
you've seen Prince of Egypt, right?
Yeah, I've seen Prince of Egypt. I've seen the opening and like, you know, the fucking Voldemort voicing Ramses and such. I forgot his name. Sir Renel.
No, like you've seen the whole movie, right?
Yeah, I've seen the whole movie. Like,
it's just that good.
it is like, okay, it's good, but here's the thing: is that it's like it hasn't gotten like the same kind of cultural like, you know, renaissance and like explosion for DreamWorks as Shrek did.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, that's
like,
reasonable.
Just put that into context. Sometimes is that when you're thinking, oh, these are just, you know, sloppy films and shit. Just remember, Prince of Egypt got mobbed by Shrek. Ice Age got mobbed by Despicable Me, alright? And you know what's probably gonna happen? We're probably gonna have some sort of live action getting mobbed by Minecraft, okay? Like, someone is going to grow up and think of Jack Black not as Kung Fu Panda Po, but as Steve from Minecraft because of Chicken Jockey.
Chicken Jockey.
Although good on Jack Black for the career he has, because let's be real, like he has the option of Poe, Bowser, Steve from Minecraft, or his musical career. Like,
Hey guys, it's me, Jack Black, and I love video games.
Yeah.
I want to play video games. I want to play as video games.
it's honestly hilarious when he was on the Kelly Clarkson show, and she's like, "Do you enjoy like video games?"
And he's just there dressed in a Bowser onesie.
I know where you'd ask me this.
Zeebs, the algorithm is telling me I need a Scotch blue paint tape. Well, the algorithm can also tell you to get a subscription with GrantZeebs or a Twitch Turbo,
true.
so then that way you don't deal with advertisement going forward. Dink. Also, is there something? Oh, there is. Cool.
Shit, they've cut us off!
Ugh, excuse me. But yeah. This is the fun part of my stream, is that I am busy playing this video game. I'll be real, I'm not great at it all the time, but that doesn't matter because I just want to talk about the funny, like, you know, film nonsense of video game news or video game movies and shit.
Meanwhile, I'm browsing the backlog of my FA because I haven't been able to check it for like a week.
Revive me!
God damn it. Where the fuck is them? Did they, like, take the long way around? Are you kidding me?
Video game pathfinding, am I right?
Oh, yeah, they fucked up. Majorly, and I'm about to get my head stomped. Yep. There we go.
Ba, 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 ba,
Bow. So yeah, like... we're fine with slop, okay? Like, if TikTok has taught us anything, is that you can't really badmouth what people enjoy, because people will enjoy it, whether that's for the good or for the bad. So, apparently everyone and their mothers are losing their minds over Witch Hat Altera. I have no idea who that is, so I don't know whose mothers you're talking about.
Witch Hat Atelier.
Shit, they've cut us off!
If it's from a gacha game, could not care.
Is apparently and manga and anime. They're mages with conical hats.
Uh-huh.
Come on!
Revive me!
There we go. Thank you, Anna. You're one of the few peeps that decide to follow me into this hellhole. It's an anime.
The head's still alive!
Oh boy, here comes the problem. Yeah, I can't climb up when...
Take it!
What are you shooting at? Oh, him.
Lambent! Another jet glowing!
There we go. Easy as pie. But yeah, there's so much stuff I just want to consume. Not just movies, but food too.
Shit, this whole place is unstable. Move!
So.
I just want to draw Fox McCloud with a fat ass.
Come on,
you're an artist. Isn't that like aren't you paid for that on your Patreon?
I have Patreon.
Okay, well, you can get paid for that. Hey, chat, go check out Capricious. She does artwork and shit.
Look.
Like, if you pay her, she'll probably, like, you know, draw Fox McCloud with a fat ass and fat bottom lip or something.
That is true. I probably will do that. But probably not tomorrow or the day after. I've got a wedding.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta get my nails did. I gotta get my hair did. I gotta get fucking plastered because it's a wedding.
I don't know why, but like when I was over at TFF, I didn't get plastered. Like I didn't get crunked or drunk or smashed. I wasn't enthusiastic about that. But if someone offered me like a weed pipe or something like that, oh, I was down for that shit. Fuck you,
smoking
Locust.
doinkies.
Yeah, like that was the funnier thing is that like someone offering me a buzzball, I was like, I don't know. Someone offering me a vape, and I was just like, ooh.
I guess we're not going back that
way. My logic and my like so backwards, so crazy. Oh,
I have never smoked a weed.
Mm-hmm.
So that is.
What's more is.
Hi, Code.
Hi, Code.
Well, we managed to reach the tower in one piece.
And there's
Do you think Code knows that he's in chat?
Now all we have to do is get.
Does he know?
Does he know, chat? Does he? I don't think he does, chat. Or he's muted and he doesn't realize it.
That could be it. He's just in his mic like the FNAF 1 fucking hello, hello, hello.
Mm-hmm. What the fuck
Animatronics do get a bit quirky.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Ah, there we go.
Yeah,
Hi,
my
hi.
microphone didn't like me.
All good, all good.
Dom! Dom, why?
Oh yeah, Dom died. It was
Dom, why'd
tragic.
you have to die like a little bitch?
I'll be real, I thought he was running away. When it first happened, I was like, you're right, you're running away. What the fuck?
Dom showed emotion once. Got him killed.
Yeah. Like, here's the problem is that if I was like waiting for this game like year on year, I probably would have been emotional over the death of Dom. But I'm gonna be frank with you, like, this game wasn't exactly doing emotional hits for me and shit like that. Like, you know, me going through Mass Effect or me going through Final Fantasy and
We're
shit.
not going back that way.
Like,
look.
Yeah, like this one isn't really. It doesn't do emotional highs for me. This just feels like, you know, Cliff Blinsky wanted to do the Adeptus, like, not Adeptus, he wanted to do the Astra Militarum, but wasn't allowed in Warhammer IP, so he's just like, fuck it. I'll make my own Astra Militarum, and they're gonna be fucking swole like the Astra Astartes.
All we have to do is get up there.
And they keep running like they're trying to pinch off a turd.
Incoming storm!
So,
I mean, come on, you look me in the eye and tell me that they don't run like they're ready to pinch one off.
Oh yeah, no, they look like they're doing a poop squat. They look like they're running for toilet paper halfway through the business.
Dom, I gotta shit. Dom,
I'm about to shit my pants. Where's the toilet paper?
Dom, I'm already turtling here.
Lambent!
How far in are you? It looks like you're almost near the final chapter.
I think I'm at Act 3 or 4.
And this is the one game where the helmet dude survived.
Hang on a sec. I need to adjust. I swear I adjusted the audio already, or you're just really faint for me. Hang on.
Am I? Am I sounding really quiet?
Maybe it's just my Discord is quiet. Hang on a second. No, because, like, I've got, like... Hang on a second. So... Oh, yeah, all my things... Oh, what? Oh, that is not good. What in the world? Properties, intro fighters. Yeah, no, but no one in chat can hear either of you. That's the problem. Like, for real, they can't. I don't know why. Comms is just... Hang on a second. Now comes the annoying bit where I probably just need to... I'm gonna exit out of Discord and get back in, okay? Alright, give me a second, chat. How did none of you decide to be like, oh, hey, Cap is there, but I'm not hearing Cap at all? None of you said that. None of you thought to be like, oh, hey.
20 minutes?
Oh.
There we go. I can now see, like, you know, activity movement in the comms and all that kind of nonsense.
Yeah, you can see the Fugies move, but you couldn't hear anything.
Exactly. My goodness. This goes to show streaming has to be a hobby for me because no one in chat is paying attention to me. They were talking for a bit. Oh, okay. So maybe it was working for a moment and then it didn't when I decided to... I don't know.
Don't know.
Yeah.
Crazy. There's no Fugi, though.
Oh, the Fugi will work again. I had to, like, quit and, like, what's Mahoozy. So it's probably just a case of... Give me a second. I am going to do...
Kiwi made awesome jokes about Marcus Phoenix shitting his pants, and nobody even heard it.
Yeah, no one even
Nobody
heard
even
it.
heard the joke. Nobody even heard the amazing joke.
No one heard shit, apparently.
Yeah, like the shit that Marcus Phoenix is taking because he's running around like he's, you know, about to pop one out.
All right, so for whatever reason... Okay, for whatever reason, it looks like my, It looks like my, like, volume mix at random
Wait,
intervals.
so it's adjusting randomly?
Yeah, like, hang on a second. Now I need... Like, when I was, like, scrolling down, it looked like it was adjusting, like, left and right automatically on some stuff. Which is annoying. So, there's, like, some stuff where, like, SpeakerBot was only, like, 53% or something like that. Streamer bot is. I'm
Wait,
gonna
hang on. Are
put
you
that-
talking about like the OBS was adjusting things randomly?
No, I'm talking about my actual like Windows settings.
That's weird.
Actually, say something.
Hello there?
Oh my
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
goodness.
whoa.
My system, like when it hears things from Discord, it purposely pushes it down.
Oh, okay. So that's why it was having that issue.
So like I don't think it's like making it go down to like 0 like you know after enough iterations. It's just interesting that like it's doing a weird communication thing.
Yeah, but it was pushing it down far enough that people couldn't hear us.
Well no. So that one's a different issue. That one is like OBS wasn't even capturing you full stop.
Oh.
Yeah, so that one was slightly separate. This is just a different issue where yeah.
Weird.
Very much so.
I might actually just bounce so I can eat my dinner. I'll catch you later.
All
Bye,
good.
Cap. You eat your din-dins.
Bye,
I will
Cap.
do.
Thank you for being
Bye-bye.
for as long as you could.
I just had my din-dins. I had steak, mash, and veg.
Okay, so yeah.
Technology is a wonder when it works, but a pain in the ass when it doesn't. Yeah, that's pretty much right.
Bring it! Bring it! Bring it! Bring it!
Yeah, I'm just gonna lower the volume here and there as well, just so that way.
Yeah.
We're nearly there! Come on!
Yeah, because like in this kind of a scenario, it sounds fucking obnoxious. The
No, yeah, I totally get it. Let me know if you want a hand too, because I can pull up my copy of Gears. You're in Gears 3, aren't you?
yeah, I'm currently at Act 4, Crater. Oh, and I'm right now getting dealt with emulsion nonsense. Where the fuck are they?
Shit, it's mutated!
5 main acts in its campaign, so you're at the second last one.
Ah, okay. So maybe it might be worth like trying to, like, you know, stick to it in this one, like try and get to the end.
Yeah, no.
Could be worth.
Damn, bust down.
Because I mean, if you're having trouble, I can pull in and give you a hand.
That would be appreciated, yeah.
Let's get inside.
Although I also just need like
Need ammo.
yeah, I understand I need ammo, but this game has not been providing me with ammo, so excuse me while I just run around picking up all this hammer burst ammunition instead.
Also, one thing I noticed in like the later games, especially like 3, they made Marcus less buff.
I don't know if that's a problem. Like they weren't exactly keeping human realism even in the first game.
Yeah, but I mean, if you looked at him back in the first game to now, like he definitely wasn't hitting the gym after a while.
Yeah, I would put this down as like either him aging or the fact they don't have him like wearing like as much like stuff on him. But let us not forget, like, unless they're like an antagonist, no one in Cogs looks, you know, weak. No one looks under swole or anything like that.
No.
Elevators and no power.
Or unless they're Rom, but
Let's see if
Rom's
there's a
dead.
generator. Or else we got a
No
long
idea who that
climb
is.
ahead.
The bad guy from the first game who summoned a swarm of bats to pretty much eat you from inside out.
Oh, yeah, that annoying.
Hmm.
Oh, power switch is all the way over there, and I completely missed it.
Hmm. Oh, I just finished the Fallout Season 2.
Ooh,
I am very happy with that.
it's good. We were like, I was talking with Cap. Honestly, this is probably one of the more annoying things. Is like Cap. I don't know how much people heard from
Okay,
like.
let's go and try one of the lifts.
No, they must have heard from Cap and such like that because we were talking about Fox McCloud and such. But it's hard to tell. Basically, we were talking about like, you know, video game adaptations and such because some people were like, you know, going through the Mario Galaxy and what have you, and like there are some reviewers that are like, oh, it's like, you know, it's like, you know, just slop. Like this isn't like like illuminating for children or something like that. And it's like, look, it's fucking Super Mario. It's a Super Mario game, okay? Like this is less for children and more for, you know, the 30-year-old video game nerds that are just appreciating the fact that we can get a Nintendo film and it not be, you know, super corny like the 1980s.
You know this film was not going to be for kids when they threw in Star Fox. Who the fuck is a child now and knows who Star Fox is?
None. And what's more is the plot of Star Fox is definitely not one that has been, like, sure, you can get, like, you know, kids cartoons with like some very serious undertones of like child soldiers and shit like that, but I don't think Star Fox was trying to, like, you know, do that as an undertone to trick kids.
I mean, you and I were talking about the Star Fox games the other day, and I was telling you about how the Star Fox Zero Commanders game on the DS had some fucked up ending.
Okay, yeah, but like the whole, like, you know, multiple ending thingy-madiggy, I don't care for, because it's like, you know, it's just an excuse of like, all of these could be potentially a conclusion, but as we've learned, it's like all of them are irrelevant.
Yeah, but because it was like the one ending, or pretty much like multiple of the ending, Crystal ends up running away with either Wolf or Panther.
This car's the counterweight. Let's move it.
Because Crystal's a whore. I'm sorry, she's a whore.
Imagine Crystal in the Mario movie style. Imagine. I'm pretty sure though, Wild Saber, you spoiled that for me.
Here in the refinery.
But yeah, like she ends up running off with Panther a lot of the time. In the ending where she runs off with Panther, she ends up being ridiculed by the entire galaxy. With people even hissing at her when they, you know, behind her back. It gets to the point as well where Fox ends up eating himself fat. Like, he gets into binge eating. And then him and Falco end up pretty much leaving the whole Mercenaries game. You know, the Mercenaries thing.
We saw them in
and changing their X-Wings into F-Zero race.
Not do that again. Ever!
So, yeah, that's one of the endings. Hell, there are multiple endings where Slippy ends up getting married. Slippy
No
ends
idea
up
who
getting
that is.
the frog.
This is one of those cases, Code, where it's like this Blue has this happen as well, where quite frankly, the investment into the older IP goes right over my head.
Yeah.
It's like if someone who has never watched Marriage at First Sight is being explained to 4 seasons of Marriage at First Sight. If I wasn't interested in Marriage at First Sight, I don't know you're gonna make me interested. I'm so sorry, Code. You might be passionate, but just,
and Wild Saber, no, I'm sorry, she's a whore. I'm sorry, she's a whore.
Looks like
No two ways about it.
Building with a safety cable.
Then let's
get
in
there.
there.
Was
Cut this
yeah, but just going back to the whole Mario thing, you know, the whole thing on that. It was clear when they added in Fox McCloud that they weren't aiming for the younger audience. They were aiming for the, you know, older generation nostalgia bait. That's what they were aiming for.
It was like the Minecraft film. That's the way I would see it. I have not seen the Minecraft film, but every like interpretation of the Minecraft, every like review of the Minecraft film has just been a case of, oh, it's, you know, it's this thing here, it's that thing there. Like some of the more you know, crazier presented content has just been like, chicken jockey. Oh my god, Enderman. Oh my god, that is a reference to what's-a-who's a YouTuber. I honestly
Technoblade.
Technoblade, thank you. It's like
he's not a king, he's a legend.
It's like, cool. Like, these are all really great, but there will come a day where, you know, we kind of move on from that.
Yeah.
Like,
I
yeah.
definitely, you know, I definitely believe. I do want to see the Mario movie. I told my niece that we'll get it through legitimate means, and do a binge watch at home, or take her to the movies to watch it.
Yeah.
I think she wants to go to the movies to watch it, but I like watching them at home now.
Yeah, I feel like cinema watching is still worthwhile for, like, you know, things like let's say, for example, like Project Hail Mary. I would like to see that in cinemas before I have, like, a DVD copy or anything like that.
Yeah, it feels like that's the type of movie that works a lot better in cinemas, given its visual,
Yeah. Anything with, like, you know, like, you know, just artistic intention and visual... Hang on a second. Where's a,
I still plan to see the Backroom movie. Now, that's a movie I would like to go see in cinemas. The Backroom.
The Backroom? Like, really?
Yeah, the Backrooms is getting a movie. Have you not seen it?
Good to go.
No, but the way the Backrooms have been described to me feels very much like oh, here's a horror of the unknown that keeps getting shit added onto it as explanation, much like SCPs of old.
I mean, a lot of people have even considered the Backrooms themselves an SCP.
Yeah, but, like, you know, there's so many kinds of horrors that could be technically seen as an SCP, but the whole point of the SCP was that it's just basically a tag in AO3 writing, and the internet trying to be like, ah, yes, we are responsible for this horror. But the minute you let anyone from the internet decide to contribute to the SCP, 9 times out of 10, it's not worth it. And so you have the whole, no one can contribute to an SCP at a number less than 100. If you want to do your own, it has to be at the number thousands and above now.
Made by A24 and the Master of the Backrooms movie. Oh, it's made by A24 and the Master of the Backrooms short movies, Kane Pixels. Also, the actual creator is going to be making the movie.
Okay. Interesting.
There's no explanation for it, but more others are exploring and showing what it is. Okay, because by what I've seen from the initial trailer, it is going to use the found footage side of things with some non-found footage, all that sort of stuff.
You better hold off. Queen Mira just showed up with her war beetle. We're under it.
There is an official backroom story, but fans do have fun with fan levels that are not canon.
Yeah.
Following us.
Like, here's the thing, is that, like, IPs such as Slenderman, Backrooms, like, what's the Japanese one where you had to get to, like, exit number 8 or whatever it was called?
Oh, that was Station 8 or Level 8?
Station 8 or something like that. Like, there's a lot of these horrors where, like, this is where, like, you know, some of the Cthulhian stuff would have happened, but, you know,
yeah.
Oh, like, the Cthulhian horror has something else to it besides just, you
Exit
know,
8. Thank you, Warhorse.
Thank you, Warhorse. It, like, the Cthulhu stuff has more to it than just, oh, the unknown, oh, non-Euclidean shapes.
I do kind of want to watch the Exit 8 movie, though. It looks pretty good.
Yeah. The horrors of, like, the unknown and such like that are, I don't know, just, it's not interesting to me.
Oh, apparently there was a sequel for Exit 8.
Why? What,
Don't know.
like a sequel as in, like, you know, a Final Fantasy? Oh, it's not really a sequel, but it shares elements within the franchise, so it's technically a sequel, or a sequel as in it's narratively the same.
Hang on. Man.
Hey, the Queen.
So it's one on a train, I think, apparently, and it's meant to be like a sequel, or maybe I'm just reading that wrong from some articles. No, I think I'm reading it wrong.
Yeah, all good, all good.
No. Forget that.
Okay, we're clear.
All right, we're on the school bus now.
Let's hope Griffin keeps his word.
He bloody well better.
I don't know if that school bus is up to code. I don't want to go to whatever school that bus is on.
Oh no, it's got an engine right there. It's got wheels.
Hey, Mark.
There.
Yeah, them wheels are upside down.
Ah, semantics.
Chance without those barges. Look out!
You're a semantic. But yeah, going back to, like, Fallout, I was really happy with that ending.
Oh yeah.
I think it's good. I think here's the thing, is like the Fallout series is like that one is a much trickier IP to turn into a story and such like that. Like, in my opinion. The Last of Us, oh, that was easy as fuck. Like, that's not... Like, it was already a, it was already basically, like, just a movie in video game form, and really all we had to do was just, you know, figure out the pacing conversion from player, you know, fueled agency to television-owned pacing. Because that's, like, the biggest problem when doing any conversion from, you know, the... Like, it's easy going through, like, you know, from book to movie or movie to game is because you're adding in a dimension to the engagement. Book, you are now establishing the pacing of, like, the moment-to-moment actions, whereas with the video games, you are dictating the pacing not only for the short-term actions, but for the long-term narrative, like, you know, disassembly and what have you. So trying to go from, you know, players having control of the short and long-term agency into a movie where those things are dictated, very difficult to do. So,
but
The
here's
Last
the
of
thing
Us,
too.
easy to do. The Fallout, very difficult, because I think depending on the Fallout fan, there are Fallout fans such as myself, modern Fallout fans, where I've only played through Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, and Fallout 4, where it's really just an excuse to be like, oh, here's a post-apocalyptic after the atomic age kind of thing, like alternate history stuff. Whereas Fallout 1 and 2 are more of a British man's like doomer look at, you know, the conclusion of the atomic age with a fight between the Americans and the Soviets because, you know, Cold War escalation to hot wars and such.
Yeah. But just going off of what Warhorse said. Yeah, Voltec will always be evil. But if you've watched the season, this is where it gets really interesting, because Todd Howard has said that yes, there are things that are going to be non-canon, but yes, there are things that are going to end up being canon moving forward.
Yeah.
One of those things is the fact that the Enclave created the Death Claws before the bombs dropped.
Oh yeah, that's right. That was over in Anchorage in Fallout Season 2, Alaska.
Yeah, when they were doing the wars, the fucking
North Korean War.
No, the resource war.
Yep.
And yeah, so like there's a death claw that appears before the bombs drop that Howard Cooper ends up facing and killing.
We'll land 3 floors below it.
Well, technically spilling, he didn't kill a death claw. He was
no,
left,
that's true. No, that's right.
He was left alive because not only did the death claw like kill his adversary, but I'm pretty sure the death claw then was like went elsewhere.
Oh yeah, that's true. But the way the death claw acted, though, it seemed like the death claw was under control.
Looks like Mira left her behind.
And not only that, but I don't think what's his face is turning into a ghoul.
Oh yeah, they're probably. It's either
they're
something
gonna become a centaur.
Oh, it's either. It's either a super mutant or something else.
No, I doubt he's going to be a super mutant because his arm fell off. The only creatures in the Fallout Waste that are mutants-esque with no arms are the centaurs.
So, oh, that's true. Well, aren't centaurs technically super mutants?
They are. That's why I'm saying mutant-esque.
Okay.
It was already canon. They were made by the military, but in the show, added it escaped and deployed accident during Anchorage. Okay, thank you, Wild Stanley. I haven't really kept up to date with a lot of the Fallout lore, so yes, if that was the case.
Yeah, and let's be frank, most fans of Fallout don't either. It's it's like I got a message from, like that's the thing is that like how in the world do you satisfy, you know, fans of like because Halo, for instance, I feel like that was going to be a very difficult IP to adapt and what have you because like first and foremost, like one, it's a sci-fi mill shooter of humanity's on the brink of, you know, like ending and shit like that, and they are on a Deus Ex, they're on a MacGuffin ring and shit like that. Like the video games, quite frankly, especially the first one, doesn't really have that much lore for you to go off of to make a compelling movie/TV show.
Yeah.
You have to be reliant on the books. But
it was also interesting to find out that, firstly, Hank got married to the blonde chick in Vault 32, so they were actually married the entire time, but they had to fake not being married while in the vaults. And then turned out that he was a member of the Enclave the entire time who managed to sneak his way into Vault-Tec.
yeah, so here's the thing that I like with the Vault-Tec with the Vault-Tec Enclave thingamadiggy and such like that, as has now been like sort of demonstrated with the conclusion of season 2. Spoilers. We probably should have mentioned this like ages ago. Spoilers for those of you who haven't seen Fallout season 2. I think the the Enclave had very the idea is that all the corporations are evil. That's the thing. That's what the Fallout 1 and 2 have always done, is that the evils when you come up with collective good, and their collective good is not for moral reasons, they will be immoral. That was the lesson of Fallout 1 and 2. And war never changes and all this kind of bullshit, but I've not played those war, so I'll probably have a different opinion on that. This one is formed because of how Fallout Season 1 decided to present to us. Fallout Season 2, I feel like, plays into a little bit of Fallout 3 and Fallout 4, which is that, if there is an evil, it must be this heavily overarching organized evil and such like that, which anyone in real life can probably point to the fact that that is not how evil works in real life. Evil does not exist because of one shadow organization rules over all. Evil exists because of the absence of good. That's how it happens. It doesn't happen because someone has coordinated all the evil actors around the world to play into some grand tapestry of a plan that suits the limited few. No. Evil happens because the individuals, either locally, state, domestic or foreign, however big or small of the scale, they exist because of the absence of good people. That's how evil comes to be and such like that. And that's where you're able to have your greater arguments of okay, then what quantifies as good versus evil and such, because, the interpretation is up to the eye of the beholder and all this kind of stuff. Anyway, back to the season 2 Fallout thing. It's yes, they showed that Hank McClane is, part of the Enclave. And what's more is I'm pretty sure the doctor from the season 1 that got the head chopped off, he was obviously part of the Enclave. They I think there was a lot of people part of the Enclave, both in and outside of Vault-Tec was the thing. I wouldn't be surprised if Moldover was part of Enclave.
Yeah. The thing is that sort of that interests me in that was the fact that they basically went and said that it was the Enclave that dropped the bomb, but wanted to make it look like Vault-Tec was going to do it.
I think we only thought Vault-Tec did it because of the events of season 1, giving us the idea of Vault-Tec would, go as far as dropping bombs to, confirm their, future / their profit margins and shit like that. But then, they obviously changed that narrative in season 2. So then that way it was a case of Vault-Tec just said that, when really there's a bigger player at the table where it's because House wasn't the House, basically.
Yeah, it was interesting. And it certainly seems like there's a few things that are probably going to happen in season 3. Firstly, we know that super mutants are more than likely going to come in around maybe mid to the end of season 3.
Oh yeah,
because it looks like season 3 is going to focus primarily on Cooper trying to find his family in Colorado.
Yep.
Coming to get you, Dizzy.
The Howard was his name. The brother. Most likely he's going to be focused on trying to get everyone out of the vaults.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever experiment they're trying to run doesn't happen.
Yeah.
And the girl and the ex Brotherhood of Steel guy are going to be dealing with the Kaisar's Legion. With the Kaisar's Legion war in New Vegas.
Oh, yeah, with the civil war between the Brotherhood.
Yeah.
Yeah, because...
And, yeah, we also know that Liberty Prime's going to come into it, too. So what I reckon is the Brotherhood's going to find out that the artifact is in New Vegas. They're going to come for it, which is going to force a whole lot of people to side against the Brotherhood of Steel. House is most likely going to play a bigger role in Season 3, given that he does flash on screen. He's most likely going to help those two to figure out how to beat the Brotherhood of Steel in exchange for giving her information about what her father was up to. And yeah, as I said, we might not see much of Cooper in this season since his arc has pretty much been done and dusted. I reckon the next time we'll see him will be when they manage to get to Colorado next. So I don't know if we'll see Cooper Howard maybe as much in Season 3.
There is a Brotherhood of Steel in Colorado, right? And they are like that's based off of a video game, like an RTS thing.
Which Fallout?
It was like Fallout Tactics or something like that, wasn't it? And they made reference to it in Season 2.
Yeah, but Tactics wasn't canon though. But I'm guessing now it's going to be classed as canon.
There's gonna probably be elements because I think like I'll need to. This is one of those things where it's like, you know, we're talking out of our asses, quite frankly, about like the events of what will happen in Fallout Season 3 and such like that, because it's all all just like, you know.
Brotherhood of Steel was the one that was featuring Colorado.
There is some Brotherhood there, but it was mostly wiped out. Yeah. So, putting on my fan theory thingy-madiggy, I am putting in the idea, because, like, I reckon, you know, if they were to do, like, a Season 3, like, I'll be frank with you, I don't think Lucy has that much of a arc to go through. Like, I feel like Howard has more of it, or... yeah, her brother Howard probably has way more to go through. And Lucy would be more of like on the back pedal and such like that. Because the whole point of like Lucy in Season 1 was that she was our like player vehicle, similar to how the player was, you know, in Fallout 1, 2, 3, and 4, is that we all experienced, you know, Fallout through a vault tech, you know, person and such like that. Someone born from the vaults and what have you. And then Fallout 2, we kind of got someone that was less of a vault person and more of, you know, someone that was like a little more aficionado with the Wastelands, but still with the vault tech, you know, moral system of like the golden rules, so to speak, and such. I don't think Lucy has much further to go with Fallout 3, quite honestly, because of, you know, the progression, like the sort of not the rot of her character, but more of just the desensitization that her character went through in Season 2. Whereas I think Cooper would get way more screen time than she would, or Howard.
Yeah, well, yeah. So yeah, I definitely think, given that, I would definitely think the brother might get a little bit more then if that's the case. But I still think there's going to be that whole war between
Griffin.
Caesar's Legion, NCR, and the Brotherhood of Steel, where she's going to play a bit of a role in that.
My people are all dead. We survived hammer strikes, the grubs, the whole damn war, and then you show up and...
But how much of a role, I don't know yet.
You fucking cod bastards! Everywhere you go,
Fallout Tactics is set in a state of semi-canon, as it was the last game the original developers had a hand in before Bethesda got the rights. Today, as stated in an interview, that some elements in Tactics is canon while some are retcon. Okay,
yeah,
well, that one.
No, because that's what I was thinking. Because I'm pretty sure they made mention about, because like some of the Brotherhood elders in Season 2 one of them was from Colorado, was the thing. That's why I feel like, if we are going to get any narrative, anything from like the quote unquote civil war between the Brotherhood of Steel, like, East versus West side, it's going to be from the Colorado, like, sort of thingamadiggy. Yes, there's been like a little hint of, oh, they've now got the blueprints for the Liberty Prime. I reckon, however, Liberty Prime is going to come in as sort of like a second to last or third last episode. Like, for, Marcus is, trying to, have the Brotherhood not be, stuck in their ways and such, and actually go through, because let's be real, like Marcus's like narrative story, I feel like was what Elder Maxon, like from Fallout 3, was trying to do, which was the fact that like, oh, we have been hoarding all this technology originally to prevent its, usage in the wasteland or in across the Mojave and all these other areas, because we deemed it too dangerous for people's livelihood to come back from. And then, Elder Maxon in Fallout 3 was like, no, that's like that's like, that's half the story. We have to, like, if we are going to hold it, then we must be the vanguard to, better people's lives and such like that. And then obviously there was like, a bit of a civil war in the Capital Wasteland between like Fallout 3 and Fallout 4, leading to like the next Elder Maxon. I can't remember, Elder Lion or whatever his name was in Fallout 4, where they removed that kind of aspect of the Brotherhood of Steel and brought it back to the elements of Brotherhood New Vegas and Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 2, which was, oh, the Brotherhood of Steel don't give a shit about the Wastelands. They give a shit about hoarding power that they consider, or hoarding technologies that they deem like too powerful for anyone to hold, and that if anyone is going to be a superpower in the military might, it should be the Brotherhood of Steel. And this weird like, religious fervor, despite the fact that anyone that has gone through, history can tell you that most religious structures do start fucking around with politics in the name of more power. So yeah, I reckon if we do a Fallout Season 3, it's going to be Marcus going through that same sort of arc thing of like trying to change the Brotherhood. And then in the second or third last episode, a Liberty Prime drops in and does the whole like, shit starts blowing up, and you get that, that classic Saving Private Ryan, his ears ringing, dust all around, as it's like, oh, the very thing he's trying to stop still happens, and he is just useless against the Brotherhood's like, rhetoric.
Yeah, look, I'm kind of with you a little bit on that, but I think in that case too, the one thing that I think it would be a little different in that is I definitely think there's still going to be the focus on the war between the NCR and the Legion, but I think the Brotherhood of Steel will break that up. Like that'll be just a side note, and then that's just going to end up in the Brotherhood of Steel situation.
Yeah, I think what needs to be remembered is that I feel like nothing like overarching has changed in the world of Fallout. Like sure, Fallout 1 has presented the NCR is like, almost dead. But then we get Season 2 where it's like, oh no, the NCR is very much still alive. And sure, Sandy Shores is gone, but they're still there. The Brotherhood are still there. Caesar's Legion is still there. The Khans are still there. Like, I don't think we're going to get any big movers in the Fallout TV series. I honestly think nothing will change overarching. It will just be individual people's story, and arcs will change, and it plays into the rhetoric of war never changes because, the axis of powers do not change in Fallout.
Yeah, something along that line, yeah. But I mean, we're just going to have to wait and see. I mean, we're basically, as we just said, we're basically just making conspiracy theories.
You piece of shit!
But isn't that the fun?
I just lost my fucking brother, all right? You hear that? My brother!
But yeah, I'm very much interested to see
and all this fucking emotion
how Season 3 will go if we get Season 3. And what's going to happen in Fallout 5.
If we get Fallout 5.
If we get Fallout 5.
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, at this stage, we're still waiting for fucking Elder Scrolls 6.
Yeah, amazingly enough, Todd Howard has come out and he's like, I think that was a terrible move. And I'm like, no shit, it wasn't. And it doesn't help that, like, you know, like, he wishes people could forget that they did that.
That they basically said, hey, we're working on Fallout 6, but we're getting GTA 6 this
Marcus
bitch.
Phoenix seems to be as persistent as his father. And
you will never see it again.
If he lives, our entire
oh, hey, look!
species dies.
Marcus's mom.
Make sure that his touching little mission ends here.
I've already, like, raised this question, and Wild Saber, like, almost, like, spoiled it for me. But I just say this out loud because there's probably just the trope of that's just how they deal with women in alternate species. Why the fuck does she have to look like 90% human for a species like the Locusts who are the exact opposite? They're 90% not human.
Sex appeal.
Yeah. Which makes no sense. It's like, she is armored the fuck up. It's like, what sex appeal are you talking about? She is in, like, more armor than most people's attempts of, like, doing scantily clad. She's not like the Queen of Blades from StarCraft, where it's just like, oh, it looks extra fucking sexy. It's like, no, she just looks like she's in, you know, some just some heavy-duty armor and such. You could get away with just making her face fucking ugly and with the sharp teeth and all that nonsense.
Here's my 2 cents into it. Whoever created her design was probably into the Power Rangers franchise.
Because, like, isn't there, like, a... What's her name?
Rita Repulsa?
Yeah, there we go. It could be that simple.
I mean, you look at her and tell me that she's not given some Rita Repulsa vibes.
A little bit, but, like, from, like, the vaguest of, like, just the fact of, like, oh, very human face for someone that commands a legion where everyone is distinctly not human.
This'll do.
Yeah, but...
Armor is oh, look, armor can be sexy, okay? Like, armor can be sexy. There's no doubt about that, but her armor is not made sexy. Like, it will just be a constant... It's just a constant problem I'm gonna have every time she pops up. I can't take her seriously as, like, oh, this is the leader of the Lotus, even though, quite frankly, this is, you know, there is no one else that can, but it makes no fucking sense why this leader is just, you know, just a humanoid fucking face, and for, like, I can probably assess that it is a case of, like, oh, because of the fucking research facility in Gears of War 2, maybe these people are technically human and shit like that, and we just evolved outwards. But even then, that's, like, a very false, flat kind of thing of, like, well, why is it that then that all the male locusts and shit like that are decidingly not human, and yet she is? Like, it's still... Yeah. It's just... I don't like the design. I just feel like there isn't a good narrative reason or mechanical reason for her to have a human face and shit.
Honestly, does any of this make sense given the fact that you're a, you know, space marine in, you know, battling...
Not even a space marine.
Like that one.
We're just Astra Militarum in a Cliff Blinsky filter.
Submarine's something we can't miss.
Like,
yeah, you know, I mean...
everything here is just a... You know, it's a downgrade of sci-fis that have done this better.
What the hell's that white stuff everywhere?
And here's the thing, a lot of sci-fis, when it comes to alien women, are normally very human-looking alien women.
Find out what made them so enough.
Because, like...
Dizzy, how are the 5 of us going to operate a submarine?
That's what I'm for.
I love how it hits me with the Rainbow Rush at a section when we were forced to walk.
I am hurrying as fast as I can.
But, like, I play through this game, and, like, I can't help but think there are better emotional ties from, and, like, you know, alien looking from Mass Effect. We have better narrative, like, you know, like, weight in, oh, humanity's last stand from like, Halo. We have, like, better, like, you know, grim, dark kind of, design from from like Warhammer 40k. Like, so much about this just feels like, you know, an inferior of something else that exists, which is a shame because like, as like, sure, it's a third-person cover shooter, but like the active.
Yeah, but I ain't never seen one that big before. God.
The whole like, you know, active. Oh, do I have to like shoot it up its?
Yep, shoot the butt.
There we go. Like, the active reloading is really cool and such like that, and it looked like they originally had like squad, like, you know, squad tactics thingamadiggy, similar to Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, but then I've not seen this, like, you know, the whole squad tactics thing in Mass Effect, in like Gears of War 2 and 3. So it's like they made that fall on the wayside now.
Oh, you'll live.
And even now, like, you hardly ever really need to use the cover for a lot of the shooting mechanics.
I feel like that's just because of me playing it at like normal difficulty. If I was at the higher difficulty, it's like, nope, this is a requirement.
Yeah. I remember going through the wave mode with a friend of mine, and there was this one spot in one of the maps where we would basically just set ourselves up, throw the shields down for barricades, and pretty much sit there for almost 90 rounds.
Jesus.
I mean, we managed to survive for quite some time.
That's good. But yeah. Despite all my like bitching about, you know, Gears of War, this is still like probably one of my more fun like entries / times.
I was gonna make the joke of, oh, when did Coltrane get so thin?
And she's still in one piece. Let's look her over.
Man, is that it? I thought we had subs the length of a thrash ball field.
But this is just what we need, son. A small one's gonna be a lot easier to sneak into Azura. You see, size ain't everything. Don't you mind dizzy none, sweetheart. Just gonna look you over and see what kind of shape you're in.
Didn't Special Ops use these in the Pendulum Wars?
Shit if I know, but she's real handy for the job. Marcus, this lady's gonna need some parts. See this rotor?
My nails nice and clean.
And then
My nails
there's
look
the
pretty.
fuel. She's empty.
Okay, time to look for the goods then.
So, what's first?
You must enter EP mode. Have fun with playing through Gears of War 3. Will do, Porking King.
You have a nice sleep, Porking.
Okay, now find me a rotor. You know what you're looking for, right?
Yeah. Big heavy round thing with fan blades.
Alright, here we go, here we go.
Wretches! Dead enough to me. Bring it!
They're coming in under the doors! More wretches coming in!
Oh my god.
Here comes some more!
Fire in the hole!
Made it to checkpoint.
Guards!
Marcus, the doors are opening!
Yeah, these sort of, a lot of games from the 2000s pretty much did the whole gray on brown on piss yellow.
Oh yeah, they did. There was quite a lot of them. It was all in the air of like trying to do like color grading for you know, theming. There we go.
Nothing but bits.
Also, hi there, Flat Boy. HD era hit and everyone was obsessed with photorealism. Everyone is still obsessed with photorealism, which is the worst thing. Have you like seen like some of the discussion about DLSS 5? Ow, god damn it.
Ugh, the less we talk about that, the better.
So
Get up!
Jason Huang is like, stop calling it AI slop, and it's like, we're gonna call it AI slop.
Because that's what it is.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, because it's like, sure, it's cool to show the demonstration of like, you know, the water reflections, the glass, the metals, and the buildings and all that kind of nonsense, but you should have known that people would have immediately latched on to the Uncanny Valley issues with your, like, upscaling of the faces, especially with the way the faces were looking like compared to their original counterparts in the video games like Resident Evil Requiem, where, let's be frank, Capcom's dev were not interested in that shit, full stop. And so there's a lot of people floating the narrative of, you just did an AI filter on top of these things and didn't actually do a geometry upscale like you said you would. So
yeah, well, yeah, none of the companies actually knew that they were going to get their video games thrown into the trailer.
Yeah, which means that the technology they wanted to demonstrate of like the whole, oh, it doesn't do like a filter on the end product, it does it on the geometry, like rendering, like early stages. Because the developers weren't aware of this DLSS 5 demonstration being done there, it likely means that they weren't doing the DLSS 5 at the stage that they were saying. So it's like, you know, ugh. Later on, we get news of them doing the, Brain, you can do this. Later on, we get news of, like, the other part of the DLSS 5, which is the neural language compressor. So reducing, like, 6.5 gigs worth of VRAM cache into, like, 900 megs. Like, I'll be frank with you, that is fucking wild and crazy that you can do that kind of optimization. It is going to be a bit of a shorthand. I don't know how effective that's going to be in like the real world environment when it starts getting utilized in open world environments like what Capcom does and such like that. But that is kind of a crazy change. But two things are going to happen from that. Number one, graphics card manufacturers are going to feel incentivized to continue making 8 GB graphics cards, or worst case scenario, even smaller VRAM graphics cards because of the rise of like RAM prices and all that kind of nonsense. And because of like all this development work into decreasing the amount of RAM being used and such like that, we're still not going to get RAM prices, going down because, oh, the demand for RAM isn't going to go down. No, the demand for RAM is going to remain the same. We're just going to have development of like AI structures deciding to be like, oh, we can use even more RAM than before now. That's brilliant. Keep buying. You saw a Crystal Game Boy Advance in a local shop and you almost bought it? Damn, why didn't you? Why didn't you? That shit would have been extra expensive. In a few years, it's going to be, like, priced out of your range going by the way of this economy. Man, I go on so many rants now. Like, none of these are, like, funny clip-worthy. These are all just, like, serious chat-worthy.
There's nothing too wrong with that.
Yeah, but no one cares for them.
I care for them, Grant.
Thank you. Where the fuck is... There it is.
Fire in the hole!
Living is so tiresome now. Hi there, Degenerate. Welcome, welcome. I think that's how you...
Oh, hey, Degenerate. How you doing?
Oh, you know them?
Yeah, they were in my stream the other night.
Nice, nice, nice.
And we got through and finally beat Fatal Frame.
Ah, nice. That's the photography horror game, isn't it?
It is. And yeah, we finally beat the default ending. So now I can go back whenever I want and do the other endings.
Why do video games do the multiple endings thing?
Well, this was one of those games that already had multiple endings in it way back in the original Xbox.
Gotcha.
Frag out! Bad touch, bad touch!
It's empty.
we go.
Come on, we gotta keep looking for that damn rotor.
You know, what we need to do is find a maintenance...
Classic plastic tech, Game Boy attachments, memory cards. Oh, no, I lived through that, Wild Saber. I have lived through the era of everything going through that, like, semi-transparent plastic, because the age of plastic was going through a fucking renaissance during the 1990s. Did I purchase any of that shit? Nope, I didn't have the money for it, hence why I don't have any, like, life experience of playing through Kingdom Hearts or Super Mario Bros. And all that kind of nonsense until now. Code added every evil ghost to his cringe compilation.
For taking photos of them.
Nice, nice. Figured that was the Whatsamahoozy, the reference. Yeah. Ugh. Eh.
Yeah.
I don't know, just something about these guys.
Oh yeah, I love the clear tech vibe from the early 90s and 2000s. Just something about that design was so good.
Got one.
Oh, cool. I barely have any ammunition. That is terrible. Reject modernity. Return to clear tech. No.
What, you don't like the clear tech design?
Like, I can understand, like, the appeal for it and such, but I'm just someone, like, you know, I just, you know, have learned that, like, you know, the whole returning to the past is like a misnomer. It's like anyone that demands a return for the past means that they, like, do not care of, like, the biases.
Okay.
I don't know. There was like a full-on thing. Like, I was going through like a fucking like it was like some weird like psychology dive or something like that at the time, where it's just like, you know, like when you see on like when you see people go on like Twitter and shit like that being like, oh my god, we used to make like crazy, you know, works of art, these structures of like, Whatsamahoozy, Hades taking Persephone or something like that and show it, and they're like, but now we're making this piece of shit or something like that. Many of those accounts are coming from hyper-conservative pushes. Like, that's the thing I've like learned from people that are like trying to make you nostalgic of like an age old, is the whole, oh, you want...
I just miss some of the designs because they were actually pretty cool.
Yeah, no, they're pretty cool and such like that. It's just any like beyond the meme of like, you know, reject modernity, return to monkey. Any further than that, and I'm like, nah. I'm good. I'm good going through today's horrors rather than going to the past and pretending there were no horrors.
Oh no, there were horrors.
There were, and it's just one of those cases of like, you know, some of us would have benefited. Can I not use that? Hang on. Let's see. Will it? Yeah, now it will.
You know what I would love though? You know what I would love? Those fridges from the like those really old commercials you see. Like those really, really old school styled fridges.
Like the one
with
where
like
Whatsamahoozy Harrison Ford stuck himself into to avoid going through like a nuclear bomb.
No, I mean the ones that actually are workable fridges, not the... You'd think that would do that, but it's not actually going to do that type fridge. Like the ones where you had the meat trays and all that be able to fold out. And... Like there was just something so good about a lot of the designs of kitchens way back when.
I don't know, like, I'm pretty sure they still do that.
Not all of them.
Well, maybe not for cheap.
Charge!
Reavers, get the loader behind cover!
Ow.
Throwing frag!
I keep saying I would love to get myself a Japanese-styled house
It's our ticket
for the bathroom.
Hmm.
Those are good bathroom.
Revive me!
Revive me.
No, you revive yourself.
Nice.
I wish I could, but it won't let me.
Get that door open.
Just buy a Japanese house. It would be cheaper buying the Actually, no, it would be cheaper buying the Japanese house. Code would save money by emigrating to Japan and getting himself one of those, like, super cheap, like, you know, far north Japanese homes that requires a lot of fixer-upper work, because Australian income is still, like, one of the more powerful incomes to have in Southeast Asia, because Australia doesn't bother competing against Southeast Asian markets. It wants to compete against Canadian and American markets, and because of that, it just keeps going to the bottom.
Yeah, I honestly would love to buy a house.
Japan has big houses, too!
They do have big houses.
Yeah. Make sure it's an apartment in the 4th floor and someone died in it. Yeah, because after Code has gone through all those different horror games, he wants to tempt fate.
Yeah, I'm good on that one, Broham. I don't need to go buy myself a horror house. I've played enough horror games to know when to say nope.
Get up!
Revive me!
Okay, soldier, you're good to go.
Alright, I'm not gonna be able to deal with that fucker, so...
Come on! Cut across it!
You want some?
Nice!
Revive me!
Yeah, in a minute. I'm a little busy.
Get up.
See, someone was telling me, oh, I would love the Retro Lancer over the Lancer, but the fact of the matter is that the Retro Lancer is misaccurate as fuck over distances, and considering how often I have to deal with enemies from a distance, like mid to long range, it's like, I'm gonna stick to the Lancer in terms of, like, AR usage.
Well, nothing worth salvaging from this rust bucket. Where do we look next?
You miss McDonald's being fun and whimsical, not a theme after a damn DMV. The whole reason for the DMV theming, though, is because McDonald's is not making money as a fast food franchise, but as a real estate franchise. And they're more interested in being able to have their real estate still make money after you get out of McDonald's. Because, you know, as in real life, some people cannot get over people transitioning. You look at a Pizza Hut building, and if you see them being a tax office, you're gonna be transphobic and say that's not a tax office, that's a Pizza Hut. Don't be transphobic. Allow the Pizza Hut building to change into whatever the fuck it wants, and then you can keep having theme and whimsy in your life.
My town's one of the very few places that has the all-you-can-eat Pizza Hut still.
Ooh, that is a rarity in Australia, quite certainly.
Well, because I think there's one here, one in Bendigo, and I think there's maybe like one or two in Queensland.
Okay, so it's not the only one. There's several all-you-can-eat Pizza Huts still. You made it sound
like
there was just one. Like how there's only
last few.
Because it's like how there's only one Blockbuster. You made it sound like that.
Oh.
You just died.
Man, I bet that Blockbuster's doing pretty well for itself now.
Honestly, like, physical media is getting a resurgence because of all the... Like, it's kind of crazy to think that, like, The thing that, you know, was killing physical media and piracy long ago, the whole, like, you know, conglomeration of media through a streaming platform, is now, you know, writing the book for everyone to make their own streaming platform. And because of, once again, the, you know, dissemination of all media, so there's not, you know, down in the one convenient single source, we're now going back to, oh, physical media would probably be best if we're dealing with, you know, companies that each want to be their own streaming platform, but then, you know, when the chips fall down, they're not willing to be that.
Get the brow in position.
What the hell?
Oh yeah, I should probably swap to the launch.
The ramp! Move the ramp!
Well, then say that then!
Yeah, I've been finding myself buying more and more DVDs now, especially anime DVDs.
Yeah.
If I can find Blu-ray copies of older anime that I've had years back, I will buy them.
Oh, yeah, that's a tricky thing to do, honestly, though, because, like, don't forget, Blu-ray's not, like, being popularized for that long. Like, we're still in the VHS stage and what have you, with a lot of the media that people like. So...
Yeah, I actually managed to find a DVD for an anime that I couldn't find for some time, which was Final Fantasy Unlimited. I managed to find myself a copy of that, and I'm like, holy crap. It is very hard to find a good copy of that. And a lot of the DVDs now, if you want to get anime on DVD, you've got to go through Japan.
Come on, we gotta move this fuel.
Yeah.
And a lot of them now require you to have a multi-regional DVD player.
That's not too hard to find in today's day and age, especially
especially
like if you go with like a DVD player from like a PC or something like that. So, the smell of VHS is baked into your brain, you miss it. I do not know what fucking smell you're talking about, frankly.
Grant is a little old for a little young for VHS.
I know what the fuck VHS tapes are, okay? Do not think for a minute I don't. Like, I was there, all right? I dealt with the multi-region nonsense because our family used to live in Dubai, and so when we moved to Australia, all of our, you know, DVDs that were like from Dubai wouldn't play in a lot of the you know, schools that gave us like an opportunity to bring in home a DVD. Because, you know, region locking and shit. The plastic case smell? Oh no, there's still the plastic case smell. That's not limited to VHS tapes. That's still there.
Yeah.
That's still there thanks to Blu-ray. Oh, that's the mortar. Never the fuck mind. Although now I'm out of, which is not great. So. It's because it's becoming cable all over again. Its current year should be buying and ripping Blu-rays. Yeah. No, like preservation, like media preservation is just forever remaining like the hit thing. Also, what in the world? Like, sorry, my hand tracking is not great while I'm holding a controller. But then if I don't have my hands in front here, sometimes it will just detect like a random reflection. Like right now I have my hands above my head. But there's probably going to come a point where it's just going to start giving me, like, it'll just do, like, a random thing. It'll just be like, this is my strong hand.
They're roping down! Drop them!
God!
Who's next?
Go. Damn it. Get rid of that. Your hands were excited? Yeah, because it doesn't know how to track while I'm holding a controller for whatever reason. But, like, unless I get, like, some crazy-ass, like, VR gloves or something like that, this is the best way for my hands to be tracked and what have you. Oh, god damn you.
Bye-bye.
On out! Fire in the hole!
God.
Revive me!
How am I in a situation where I have barely any ammo now?
Okay, soldier, you're good to go.
Here they come!
because you keep wasting your
Yeah.
shots.
Who's next?
Oh,
Or
yeah,
it's also
there was-
because of the fact that most of the enemies are like bullet sponges.
Yeah, like I feel like shooting games that get stuck in this kind of environment where it's like, oh, like it's not an RPG, but there's like a bullet, like I don't know. Maybe actually all genres that have bullet sponges are just made less for it. Like whether it's an RPG, an FPS, or an RTS, bullet sponges are just not fun. Also, where the fuck do you want me to go? Oh, here we go. It's all good, gamer. VR gloves sound like overkill. VR gloves would be overkill if I didn't have a VR setup. But I'm hoping to get my VR setup done again now that I've moved my PC, like my main PC desk and all that, into the living room. So now I have like a much bigger space, and I'm pretty sure I'll be able to do like, you know, an even bigger room tracking than in the previous place. Because in the previous place I was like 2-point-something meters by 2-point-something meters, so not really a perfect square or anything like that for proper, like, you know, stepping around places and such. But I reckon with, you know, this living room I have, it will be better. I just need to have like a little bit of noise dampening on some of the walls, so then that way it doesn't bounce.
Looks like the hangar's pulley system runs out to the dock. Dizzy, you operate the hangar doors. We'll take care of any resistance along the way.
Cool. Ugh.
Nice!
Go. Who's next?
Oh, yeah!
Here they come!
Okay, we're coming up to the second door.
All right. Let's see what's behind door number 2.
I'm guessing it's not going to be a wide assortment of cash and prizes.
Nani? Okay, Diz, open the second set.
What do you two like gaming the most? I like going through, like, quite frankly, I do like going through the action genre, especially like when I'm doing this whole, like, you know, going through franchises for the first time. Like FPSs are a bit of a, like, you know, third or first person, I feel like are a bit of a miss for me, because like I was going through like Doom the Dark Ages, and it's like, cool, that's a lot of fun, but by God, am I like using so much of my brain power trying to like play that game while streaming at the same time. RPGs, you know, there's a lot of downtime in them and such, but it doesn't feel exciting to play them on stream unless I have, like, you know, people to talk to while going through the busybody stuff, like when I have code with me.
Yeah, I'm more of a story-driven type of gamer. I like a good story that can keep me engaged. Horror games definitely have good stories, which is why I love those. I'm certainly more into RPGs than what Grant is, but at the same time, it's like, I agree with him on the fact that they are incredibly hard to stream because of the fact that there is a lot of like side questing, busybody work, and like going back and forth and everything like that.
Here comes some.
So it can be it can be a little bit sort of like, unless you've got someone to talk to.
Yeah. Which, you know, depending on, you know, the streamer, it's like, I know Josh Drive Hayes, like, you know, does like a lot of RPG games and stuff like that, but quite frankly, like, you know, they have like a massive audience behind them watching this stuff, and more often than not will do like the heavy recordings and such like that, and end up like making YouTube videos and what have you, where they condense like, you know, 40 hours to 100 hours of gameplay down to like, you know, an hour-long video.
Yeah, I don't mind streaming. I don't mind streaming them. It is just I have to have like most likely have someone there with me, or at the very least, it has to be an RPG with story, gameplay, and you know, things like that. that will still keep me engaged and wanting to play it further.
Yep.
Even if I'm doing the side questing.
Mm-hmm. I feel like RPGs that do a good job of being able to separate, like, oh, this is, you know, content that doesn't require like, this is content that is, like, you know, side questy, or this is content that is main quest. Like, if they're able to do a good, you know, separation of the two, then I reckon, like, with RPGs on stream,
Yeah.
you go through main story quest stuff, and then you go through side quests on, like, your own time or something like that. Yakuza was very hard for me to go through, because, like, I just wanted to go through main story quest stuff while I was on stream, and the 1 or 2 times I did get distracted with, like, side quests and such like that, it more rather came from, like, necessity, and then by the time I got to, like, you know, Yakuza 4, I just didn't want to deal with,
Yeah.
I didn't want to deal with, like, side quests. I was like, no, just let me get to the story. Let me get to, like, you know, fun, modern Yakuza at this point. And then when I go through Gaiden, the man who erased his name, and they're like, oh, you can't go through the main story until you do this, this side quest stuff. I was like, no, you've now lost me. That is not how I want to be engaged in this game.
Yeah.
Do not force me to go through
was...
side content like that.
Fable was really good with dealing with side quest and quest, because you could go through the main story without really needing to deal with a lot of side quests. But side quests did play a bit of a role in the main story of things without really needing to be there. Like, you could do some side quests and all of a sudden, oh, hey, remember when you helped me with this? Well, here you go, I'll help you with this in the main story part. You don't have to do it.
Yeah.
You know? And Flatboy. Yeah, the Elder Scrolls games, pretty much everything that comes from them is a side quest. Even the main story is pretty much a side quest.
Yeah, like the main story, like I think Oblivion did it well, as like, where it's like, you know, it was very side questy, and like most people's enjoyment of Oblivion was going through those side quests that had, you know, huge that had like narrative stakes personally. So, you know, the Brotherhood, or the murder cult, the murder cult storyline,
the Brotherhood of Shadows,
the mage storyline,
Mage Guild, the arena a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like the arena is probably like the simplest one.
Because depending on if you do the quest beforehand to help the champion out, there's not much real personal stake to it.
Yep.
Then there was also like a lot of the DLC stuff too. Even a lot of the DLC stuff. You know, it was mainly side quests, but it had a lot of impact too.
Yeah. So.
Lock and load.
I think another one that, like, an RPG that, like, while side quest heavy felt worth doing was the Witcher franchise.
Yeah, I remember there was a lot of side quests with Witcher 3. I couldn't get into Witcher 1 and Witcher 2, but for whatever reason, Witcher 3, I was able to run through that.
Yeah,
So,
Witcher 3, like, a lot of the side quests helped you out in the main story. You know, because like, there was some side quests that you could actually, that you needed to do in order to get a certain ending.
Yep.
They're throwing everything they got at us.
They really want to stop us reaching your dad, Marcus.
Must be one hell of a weapon he's built.
Frag out.
Paid now, too. Time to pay the rent. Yep, I got paid. I got the money!
Oh, thank Christ.
Flood the dock, and then everybody.
I got my dollar bills, y'all.
Dollar bills. Good to know that 4 grenades is all I need to fuck up those armored syndiquils. All right, here we go.
Yeah, I had 2 days of public holiday work, so.
Ooh.
Yeah. So I was on Thursday, which gave me Good Friday. And then I had Sunday, which gave me a bit of Easter Sunday and Easter Monday. So I is happy with that.
Anya to Cole. Over.
Cole here.
Cole, this is Anya. We've got the submarine running.
A sub. Ha ha. That's Bad's favorite kind of toy. But you got to see what we found, baby. Whoa!
Cole, please.
Anya, you don't sound right. You got trouble?
We're heading for Azura now. We'll rendezvous with you outside the Maelstrom. Might take us some time.
Oh yeah, we'll be there with some backup too.
She was about to spill the beans that, like, you know, Dom was dead, which isn't news that she should be the one just sharing.
I'll break it to them.
No, you won't. I'll tell them.
Don't worry, Anya. We'll break it to them. Yeah, we'll tell them how Dom got emotions and got himself killed because of them.
Yep. Once again, this game tried to do emotional stakes to me, and I just wasn't 100% behind it because of the whole, you know, tough men doing tough things in the name of the war, ooh-rah, with none of the Call of Duty spectacle.
Have you seen that? Like, I don't normally like these guys too much anymore. Flash Kits. Their whole thing for the story for Gears of War, was it 5?
Vaguely recall it, but I don't, it's not important to me.
No.
I vaguely recall they did something, because it was like, you know, like, Marcus was like absolutely, like, yoked huge and all this kind of ridiculous nonsense, so...
I think there was the whole thing about, just the whole thing of like, oh god, this used to be a manly game, and now there's ladies in it. And it's like, dude.
Okay.
Flash Kits has
Close to Azura, so we'll hit the Maelstrom soon. Everybody make
like, I know they're trying to be satire, but god damn.
nice and easy.
Do they have problem?
The guns.
It's hard to, like... Satire is just difficult to do. It's on some franchises, because this one, I don't know, like,
Could have done differently. Because we'll never know.
it's not one that's taking itself too seriously, but it's also one that isn't taking itself lighthearted. Like, this one just falls into some weird category of, like, it can be, like, there's so many, like, places that can do it better.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know. It just feels a little bit of a punching down kind of moment to their attempts of, like, you know, being serious or being gritty.
Yeah. Have you grabbed the Diablo 1 yet?
Diablo 1, I think, is on my GOG. I just haven't grabbed.
Oh, you've already
Diablo
purchased
2.
it?
What?
Okay. You've already purchased it then.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it's already in my like GOG. But again, like, why?
Oh, I just wasn't sure if you purchased it yet because I was going to buy it.
Ah, okay. Okay, why am I on this rail shooter, Marcus? Like,
because I know you want to. Yeah, I know you wanted to do that as a collab
thing. Yeah,
collab game. Yeah.
Because I know Diablo 2 is, like, available on the Game Pass, and, like, most people, like, get a start on Diablo 2. But when it comes to, like, getting into franchises I haven't played before, I'm not enthusiastic about, like, jumping in, like, part way through. Like, I've done that with Final Fantasy, where I feel like that only works because, you know, that's a franchise where it's like, it's not important that you've played the prior games and such like that, because it's only mechanical similarity and such like that. Why do I feel so stuffy? But games like, you know, Devil May Cry, for instance, I wasn't going to play Devil May Cry 5 until I played through Devil May Cry 1, 2, 3, and 4. So, and, you know, some, like, Yakuza, for instance.
Diablo
I
is
like the
definitely one of those.
modern Yakuza, but I felt like there was elements I was missing, hence my, you know, attempt in going through the earlier Yakuza games, and then, you know, giving up at 4 because, god damn, it just wanted me to go through so much fucking side content.
Yeah.
I'm probably better
Well,
off just
and-
watching like a retrospective of the, earlier Yakuzas.
Yo, Dizzy, how deep can this thing go? Son, that ain't gonna matter if those crazy fish bust a hole in us.
Look out! They're attacking from above!
What? Oh my god.
They're dead ahead!
But yeah, no. It definitely is. It definitely the Diablo franchise is definitely one of those ones
Doesn't mean they can't find.
where it feels better to go through all of the games.
Look out!
So yeah, what's more as well, like,
Dizzy, kill the lights and get
like when it comes to like franchises and such, I do like the progression, like actually feeling like the mechanical changes from iteration to iteration. Because like, it's one thing to be like, ah, yes, the greatest Devil May Cry game is Devil May Cry 3. Don't bother with any of the other games because Devil May Cry 3 is the greatest. I'm like, okay, but why is it? And then people are like, Devil May Cry 2 is the worst. It's like, why? And so I go through the series and I can come to my own conclusions and learn of like, oh, Devil May Cry 2 isn't the worst because it's mechanically weak or something like that and ruined everything from Devil May Cry 1. But it's just mechanically, it's just a little bit boring, which apparently was a much greater sin than the just clunkiness of Devil May Cry 1.
It wasn't just that when it came to Devil May Cry 2, because like what I remember from playing Devil May Cry 2, the camera hated you.
The camera hates you in Devil May Cry 1. Like,
the camera was worse in 2. I'm sorry, Grant. I will die on this. I will die on this hill for this one.
Fine.
The camera in 2 was so bad. At least with the camera in 1, I could aim at the bad guy I wanted to aim at. With number 2, I would aim at the guy I was wanting to aim at in front of me, and then all of a sudden go to the guy I was not aiming at 25 feet down the other way of the hall.
Well, I don't remember that being a problem for me when I went through Devil May Cry series, so...
I played it on the original PlayStation 2, so...
Oh, maybe that's why. Who knows?
I don't see it.
Maybe that's why. Either that or you're just dumb. God, I'm gonna have to play this. I'm gonna have to play a little bit of Diablo 1 and solo at some point so I can remember how the game plays.
All good, all good.
Because I have not played it in a donkey's age.
I have never played it before, so time to replay DMC to make sure. What, like the DMC, like from 20-something or rather, 2010s, which was made by Ninja Theory. I'm gonna be real, that one was a fun game to play. Was it narratively good compared to like the other Devil May Cry games we got? No. Was the style kind of, dated once you got out of the 2010s? Yes. Was it mechanically fun? Yes.
Keep going, we can't.
Like, I feel like if we had better, like, the problem is like they did designs that played more into like earlier Dante and what have you. But for whatever reason, whoever was like, the head creator or something like that was like, no, we don't want that with Dante. Make him more British, make him more like, black-haired and all this kind of nonsense. And it's like, that's not what, fans would have wanted. You never played a DMC game? You are a fake gamer? It's okay. Like, you're not a streamer. You're not someone that has to like, stand in front of like, a dozen people and be like, please watch me play these games. I promise you I'm worth it. I have played these games before. Like, I'll be frank with you. Like, I didn't play Kingdom Hearts until I started streaming. I didn't play Devil May Cry until I started streaming. I didn't play... what are some other games? Oh, Mafia game. Like, there is so many games that I didn't get a start on until I started streaming. And people, were interested in watching you play these games that were, like, nostalgic for them with you playing it for the first time. Because, people want the first-time experience again, but they know they can't do that if they're the ones playing.
Yeah. Ooh, boy, I forgot how loud this game was.
Yep, that's why, like, in my audio settings at this point, I've made, like, everything a 1, except for the character dialogue being a 3.
It's got us! That son of a bitch is pulling us out by the tail! Shoot it in the mouth! Just get the tackle!
It's crushing the hull!
It's not gonna let go, Marcus! Dizzy, go! Go!
Yeah, this on-rail shooter is, like,
Ooh, man.
not great.
For a minute there, I thought we were going to end up like the rest of them shipwrecks.
So you will never, ever catch me in one of these again. You hear me?
Hey, dead ahead. Looks like we got our escort back.
Come on, let's kill those things before they come back and sink us.
Hold your fire.
Where did they go? Looks like they were swept away by the current.
I can hear something like a motor. A waterfall.
Maybe it's the Maelstrom.
Marcus, the current's getting a lot stronger. I can feel the control.
Yep, this looks like a Maelstrom.
Marcus, I've lost her.
Oh, no!
Oh, shit, on a stick! We got mines in here with us! Everyone, target the mines! Keep them away from the sub! Oh, got a view.
Dizzy, get us out of here!
I'm trying, ma'am, but you won't listen!
Look out!
Yeah, because this is in first person. It's, like, absolutely terrible. Like, after going through, like, this game in third person most of the time.
Okay, Marcus, I think we're through. Nice job, Dizzy. Thanks.
I'm glad that's over.
Yeah, we gotta surface yet. Stand by. I see something. Torpedoes incoming! Fire!
We're not gonna make it through! Blast the turret!
Torpedo, 2 o'clock!
Dizzy, get us angle on them!
I'm trying, son! I can't see them till they launch! Incoming, 4 o'clock! They must be reloading! I'm moving up! There's the turret! Take it out!
There we go.
Got it! How many more?
Turret should be around here somewhere.
Look out!
Has you guys streamed Journey? Has the streaming journey been worth it so far? I've been at it for like close to 5 years, I would say. Come June, I'll have been doing this for 5 years. And the most I have for show for it is the same like audience that I've had like 3 years ago. I have not done like some crazy growth thingy-majiggy in that 5 years. I've peaked.
I mean, that's not to say that I don't enjoy it, though. I mean, I still get have a good time when it comes to, chatting with everyone and...
As do I. Like, here's the thing, is that, like, I joke about it because I can afford to joke about it, is the thing. Like, I have a full-time job and such like that. That is what's paying the bills. That's what allows me to pay for, the PC parts that I have, the internet subscription, and, because here's the thing. If I wasn't streaming, I would be doing the very same thing that I'm doing right now, which is playing video games. The only difference is that now I have it with an audience, just, visually.
Okay, keep your eyes open. I'm moving on.
And
yeah, and I find it's I find it's been helpful for especially for my introverted ass.
Come on.
So,
Those doors open.
I would not do this for a job, though. I will be frank with you. Like, it's... As much as I love, the creativity and, the fun of streaming, I understand that there is way too many hats that I would have to wear outside of streaming, and I just do not have the fortitude or constitution to do that work. Like, if you're streaming, you have to be not just a streamer, you have to be a moderator, you have to be an editor, you have to be a social media manager. You then have to have video editing skills, Photoshop editing skills. If you're a live action sort of person, you need to be a costume designer. Like the bar of entry has never been lower, but the bar of quality has never been higher. With like the
and those that are able to do it and do it well, you know, hats off to you guys. You know, like you put in that effort, you put in that time, you know what you were doing, you knew what you wanted, and everything like that, and you just went for it.
Yeah, there are some VTubers like Spotty who has like they have like I feel like they have hundreds of models and hundreds of costumes, whereas with me, I have the one model. Have I tried doing 3D nonsense? Absolutely. Do I know how to change my shirt into all these different things? Absolutely. And I had fun with every single one of these. But by God, anyway, back to the one that was picked for me. By God, am I not skilled enough to do the whole, let's make another model for like this throwaway thing?
No, I couldn't do it either.
Okay, Dizzy. Take her up.
Home away from home. We're now at chapter 5. But oh my God. Oh, what the shit?
Those bastards, they've killed the civvies.
Sorry, I just need to do something real quick, because, like, I just feel so constrained and stuffy right now.
So the government ship people out here? Nice oppressive.
God, have I forgotten how slow-paced Diablo 1 is when you first start?
Didn't save them.
Like, I'm just doing a little quick bit of it just to sort of have a look and just to try to make sure that I can remember some of the gameplay aspects.
The sub might be
Oh. Excuse me.
Dizzy, take her down.
We'll hook up again. See you later.
All right, I'm guessing.
Although I also remember why I fell in love with it too. It's such a good game.
protection. I wonder why Prescott didn't spend all his freaking time here.
Anya, you're navigating. Where's the Maelstrom generator?
Up there. That's the train station. Let's follow the tunnel.
All right, here we go.
Okay, go.
Sorry, I just... I had to, like... I was wearing, like, 2 layers of shirts because of work and such like that, and I've just had to...
Oh, yeah.
I've had to take, like, one of them off, because I was okay, like, at the start, but then 3 hours later, I'm like, nah, something feels constrained. I feel stuffy.
Yeah, I normally wear an undershirt with my uniform. Just because the shirts they used to give us were button-ups.
Yeah.
For part of our uniform.
Yep.
And it's like with my fat ass, even a button-up shirt, it's like I breathe out and there's gonna be a hole where everyone's gonna see my belly button.
Yeah, it
doesn't matter if it's the right size or not. It's gonna happen because it's tucked in.
Yeah, for me, it was like it's the same sort of thing as well. It's like I wear the undershirt as like sort of like as a privacy thing, and like I was fine with like wearing that like most of today, and then like all day, and then into the evening, and then all of a sudden it's like 3 hours at my desk with a chest rig stuck to me, and I'm like, ugh. Also, when did my shirt get stolen? What the shit? Who's
Someone wasn't paying
Artemis?
attention.
Did you steal my shirt? Yeah, she did.
Oh yeah, that was one thing I forgot about Diablo 1.
You're going through
gold
it right
takes
now.
up- I'm just having a quick looky-loo. Your gold piles up inside your inventory as an inventory item.
Okay, like, could I ask that you not like do a play-by-play of like, because I want to kind of
Oh, yeah,
experience
no.
these,
Yeah,
because like
no,
I didn't
I'll-
know that at all. Like I am like the only ARPG experience I have is Titan Quest and Path of Exile. I have like no context to what was started and what's considered like
Yeah.
like hallmarks.
No, I'll stop from there with
Yeah,
with
because like
play-by-plays.
already those little tidbits, it's like, oh, that definitely like plays into like that's gonna play into my brain as to like how ARPGs probably interpreted the whole like loot goblin thingamadiggy.
God.
Don't. Where the fuck am I getting shot from? There we go.
I do kind of miss some of the older styled RPGs though. Some of them were really, really good back in the day.
See, I don't have that kind of experience. So like That's why I want to play through them on stream personally, is like, I want to know what they, shit.
Yeah, what they entailed and everything like that.
Yeah. Because, like, you know,
Like,
some
there are
people are
definitely a
like,
few-
you know, again, it's like, you know, people are like, oh no, the Kingdom Hearts series is like one of the greatest stories of good and evil, or, you know, Devil May Cry has like some of the best, like, you know, sword combat, or Monster Hunter is like, you know, the best you know, mechanics of weapons and da-da-da. It's like, I don't have these experiences. I want to experience those myself rather than, like, you know, be told it. Because it's one thing to be... Oh, there he is. Ow.
Yeah, there's one thing for someone to say something, but it's another thing to experience it.
Yeah, because, like, for all I know, they could be wrong. Like, that is more, like... Because, like...
Revive me!
It's like when people tell you that, you know, Call of Duty was actually a good game.
It was. It was. Like, Oops.
Well, older Call of Duty games,
No,
sure, but the newer ones.
Okay, the newer ones, Bricky did a really good video about it, where I think it was like Black Ops 6 or the 5th one. Like, it was really good, where it's like the developers like very much wanted to do, like, they did some amazing like narrative stuff, or they did, like, you know, some open world level things with like little trippy nonsense. It's like some of the developers know that they're in a Call of Duty like game developments and such like that, but they do put their fucking like backs into like making compelling like, you know, mechanics and what have you, and it's just a shame that, you know, they're just stuck in a Call of Duty game.
Yeah.
Throw that in there. So yeah, and what's more is, like, you know,
damn it, the trains blocked the tunnel. Where the hell
I'm one of those peeps where I don't subscribe to the whole, oh, the greatest era of video games was, you know, before this, it's been 2007, or the greatest video games were from 2001 and there's nothing better, or the GameCube is the greatest Nintendo console and that will never get as good at games from there. It's like, no, I don't subscribe to that. Yeah, that is some fucking nostalgia baiting there. The best games are released now, and the next best games are going to be released in the future. As long as we have people that are creative, as long as we have generations that look to the past and want to emulate it, we will get better games, okay? You cannot tell me that you would rather have the video game industry just stop, full stop, at 2001 or 2007. Yeah, Expedition 33. Like, here's the thing, is that like every year we're going to have amazing games. The fact that we have an award show year on year means we are going to get greatest games coming out this year, and the next ones are next year. This is why I can't subscribe to Blue's thing of like, oh, the best games were like, you know, back in the day and stuff like that. It's like, yes, there were good games back in the day, but for every, like, you know, Half-Life 1, we had E.T.
Can you see the security camera?
Yes.
Can you see us, Professor?
Anya? Oh, you've changed. Where's Marcus? Did Marcus make it?
That is clearly a man who has seen nothing but men on this island for the longest time and did not care.
We've come to get you out.
Yeah, look at his dad. His dad's a fucking professor, and he is chonky.
It's good to see you again.
My boy.
Wait, how did you get that scar?
Later, Dad. Where are you?
What scar is he talking
In the
about?
hotel tower. I need you to get me out so I can deploy the countermeasure. I'm running out of time, Marcus.
We'll deal with the grubs, Dad. Hang in there.
Oh, on his right cheek. There we go.
The lambent organism. It's about to reach a critical stage in its life cycle. I've got to destroy it before it matures and wipes out all life on Sarah.
You lost me at life cycle.
It's not a fuel, Marcus. It's a living organism. It's turning everything lambent, including us.
It's a parasite.
So you can kill it.
Yes, that's it, exactly.
Mira wants me to adapt the countermeasure to kill it without harming the locust. But there's no time left
For that,
We need to shut down the Maelstrom first to land reinforcements. Where do we go?
there's a train that'll take you straight to the facility.
Yeah, we've got a problem with that. The tunnel's blocked.
We need to bypass it.
Ignore the fact that we made it blocked by blowing it up.
I can open the door for you from here. Get to the beach, and you'll be able to...
Oh, okay.
Wide Heisenberg? Yep, Weidenberg.
Try
Good,
opening it.
great phrase there, Flat.
We're in.
So, yeah.
Marcus, you sent reinforcements. Are you two on your own?
We've got Sam and Jace here, too. You'll meet them soon enough.
If there's just 4 of you, try to find a silverback. You'll need it. This place is heavily defended.
Ooh, secret. Nice. Okay, that helps. Swap the boom shot for the National Shotgun. Grab the one shot, because I can.
Yeah, we see it.
Ooh, does this one have guns? Yes, it does. Awesome.
Yeah, humans are back, asshole.
Oh, look, religious iconography. Alright, here we go. Where's his partner in crime, Jesse Liftman? Oh, Preston. He left. Nothing beats Paperboy game on the Sega.
This must have been a nice
Sure.
Damn, look at all this shit. They turned this place into...
Oh, that's
I have... Yeah, never fucking heard that game before.
We better unbuild it before Cole shows up. Dad, are you still receiving?
I can hear you, Marcus.
It's overheated.
What? That was a very close to my ear. Where the fuck is the guy that said boom?
Look at that.
That's gotta hurt.
Cross that?
Look out, Reaver!
Oh yeah, this is trivializing the beach assault, which is really good.
Mortars incoming!
Oh, the sprint uses the same energy as this thing. Okay. No longer there.
Bring it!
Beat down. Ain't so tough.
Yeah, these NPCs are not doing a good job, you know, keeping up with me and, you know, sticking it to the locusts.
hell did the grubs get a gas barge past the maelstrom?
They must have shut it down, just like we're gonna do.
Come on, run!
Alright, well, I'm gonna head off because I'm gonna get ready to actually stream myself in a second.
Ah, okay, okay, all good, all good. I'll see how I go with Gears of War 3. As you mentioned, there's only 5 acts, so maybe I'll try and like get through to the end of this then.
Yeah, and then let me know if you're going through the other ones, because I think the rest of them are all through
PC.
Game Pass, yeah, through PC. I think Judgment 4, 5 are through PC.
I was probably just gonna go through 4 and 5. I'm not one.
I think
I'm not one for like, you know, going through like, you know, side stuff usually.
Yeah, I think Judgment takes place just before the events of number 1, so.
Ah.
If I remember correctly, I don't remember it all correctly, so.
There we go.
Anyway, I will talk to you later.
All right, talk to you another time. Thank you for keeping me company for as long as you did. I do appreciate it.
No worries.
Oh, shit.
Cross up!
Great if this guy didn't break my ass all the time.
Damn, they really reinforced that door.
Yeah, even the silverback can't get in.
Oh, shit.
Dad, know any back doors? The access is blocked.
There's nothing on the schematics, Marcus.
Keep looking around the caves. Damn thing's right in front of us. There's gotta be a way in.
Now the real question is how many chapters are there within the act? I'm pretty sure he just shot his own mate.
The locust blasted through to the train tunnel.
You miss him already? Well, don't worry. Code will start streaming in like another hour or so, I imagine.
That all you got?
I don't think there was a way for us to, unless...
Well, they've dug in here, but it ain't because of us. They're running scared of the land.
I know the feeling.
Come on, let's go! Follow the track!
Yay, I get to keep running with the silverback, although it's nearly broken.
It's overheated.
You know what they say about the light at the end of the tunnel, right?
Yeah, it's a bloody train coming the other way.
Everybody off the tracks!
Nice, they allowed us to go through all that without... We still kept the silverback.
Oh shit, did they see us?
Well, they know we're here now, and where we're heading.
Oh, did somebody say boom? They're not there. Yep. Nice. Good work there. Nearly exploded, but still alive. Alright, this way. Thank you for the random shirt.
Dad, we're in a loading bay near the rail track. We need to find a way up to the top of the cliff.
There's an elevator at the back.
Okay, I see it.
Ah, cool. Elevator, right here.
And this bloody facility's been here all these years.
With all the scientists.
Thank you.
No wonder they disappeared. We thought they'd been killed.
Yeah, we did, didn't we?
Ah. GrantZeebs? Yep, GrantZeebs. I had sushi today. It was really nice. Although it was very tempting to...
Guys, this ain't the top floor.
Might be an ambush. Come on, keep your eyes open.
Wretches!
Hold them off!
Marcus, I'm tracking you on the security cams. Look for the service ladder.
We're looking!
Engaging!
Alright.
Enemy reinforcements!
Hey!
Attacking!
Yum. Good sushi just hits differently? This was alright sushi. It was a sushi train at my local stop.
Still! They're rushing!
I hate the guys that are just running up into my ass. They're proper annoying.
Attacking! There's the ladder.
Will it let me climb the service ladder in the silverback, I wonder? Let's see, let's see. No, it will not. Damn. Shame. Would have been good if I could. Alright, up we go. Up we go. What's your favorite kind of sushi plate piece? Aburis. So salmon aburi or wagyu aburi. Or something spicy.
We're nearly there! Come on, take those assholes out! Nice!
Guards!
Also, it is very gray because of the rain, which is really weird.
Fire in the hole!
Take it!
Wait, look at that. I can barely see him. There we go. Still believe you're 3... Hey. Wild Saber, stop that. It might have been funny when it first like was raised, but not anymore. Come on, die, you damn Reaver. Where the fuck do they...
There it is.
There it is.
Wonder how many years it took the government to build it.
And when they were planning on sharing it with the rest of us?
Probably never. No one creates a cool facility with a crazy, like, weather phenomenon's defense system with any intention of it being revealed to the public at any point.
Got one.
This is some Area 51 shit right here. How about you be more effective with combat, good sir? Yeah, there we go.
Armored cactus!
Ah, it's that armored fucker again.
Nice. Frag out!
They're rushing! Another dead drone.
Bring it! Ooh, that's gotta hurt.
Oh, cool.
Gotcha.
So it takes like 3 or 4 shots. There we go. My question is, how the hell did the Queen learn about it? I don't know, fucking magic. I'll be real with you, I thought the Queen knew of this place because this was the Queen's, like, you know, thing. Like, I thought the Azura was under the Queen's control, not, like, Preston's and such. Alright, reload this. There we go.
Marcus, you've got 1, 2, 3 generators to shut down. They're in the basement.
Let's hope the elevators work this time.
We were going all the way up. Now we're going all the way down. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, shit. Yeah! Get.
Nothing but bits.
Each of these guys had lancers, but none of them thought to use the cool chainsaw attachment when they could.
Come on! Let's find the generator room!
Alrighty, here we go. You got a massive stack of photos I need to go through from the weekend. All good, all good. Body double Granty McGrant face. All good.
Any advice, Dad? You'll need to throw 3 switches. That shuts down the whole generator by stages. But there'll be locusts in there waiting for you, Marcus.
Fine by me. Dad, I'm sorry. I should have saved you from all this. God, I tried.
Don't, Marcus, please. I'm the one who needs some forgiveness. I've cost you everything. I can see it.
He's gone, Dad. Dom's gone.
Marcus, I wish I could bring him back. But all I can do is make sure you all have a future. I won't fail you this time. I promise.
Or die trying. What's with the random vial with the fucking syringe beside it? Is he just gonna turn himself into like a
Lock and load.
Dunk. Yeah.
Bits.
It does have a creepy vibe to it. Like as he's gonna do a Jekyll and Hyde thing.
Time to bring the heat! Whoa!
Woo! Coltrane fans here too.
Check your aim.
There we go.
Come on, there's 3 switches. Let's find them.
Okay, here's one.
Shut it down!
One down, 2 to go.
There's the second switch there.
Take it!
Got it.
Last one!
Generator offline. Power level
Revive me!
critically low.
Get up!
Ah!
Check your aim.
Revive me! Ah!
There we go. All right, where's the last switch? There it is. Easy.
Okay, that's done it.
Just ignore the fact that I, you know, got myself, like, burned to death once.
Marcus, the maelstrom's still working. What happened?
Well, we shut the damn thing down. Is there some other power supply?
The Locust must have a backup supply somewhere else.
Ah, shit. That could take hours to find.
Cut off the coolant. That'll take the generators offline. But it'll cause one hell of an explosion.
Oh, he'll love
Works
the
for me.
explosion.
Come on, let's find the valves.
You're gonna have to get out of there fast.
No.
Don't worry, Dad, we will.
Why does Marcus's dad's voice sound familiar? Like, I've definitely heard him from something. Yeah, you thought you were gonna slice me, weren't you? You were wrong. There we go.
That's one down.
Generator temperature reaching dangerous levels. Please open coolant valve to restore flow.
All right. Oh.
Damn, they're hard to turn. That's 2.
Generator temperature reaching critical levels. Please restore coolant immediately.
Come on, 3 left.
This'll do.
Oh, it's at lower levels. Cool.
Armored Curtis!
Bring it.
Revive me!
Bring it.
Revive me!
Ah, god damn it.
Medic!
Damn, that was close.
This one's gonna be annoying to deal with because of the armor factor.
Revive me!
Bring it.
Yay. It took a few deaths, but it worked. Peter Renaday. I have no idea who that is. Like, what has he voiced? What else has he voiced is going to be, like, a little bit more helpful for me. Like, I don't know who Peter Renaday is. I will only recognize him from, like, other, like, characters you tell me about.
3 shots, 2 left.
Oh man, this shit is getting real.
Come on, where's the next one?
Probably further down.
Generator temperature reaching critical levels. Please restore coolant.
Frag out!
Oh, nice. It really was just melee kill then. Nice, nice.
That's the fourth. Come on, one more.
All right. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yep.
Warning, generator is unstable. All non-essential personnel evacuate.
And last one. Now to start running.
All non-essential personnel evacuate immediately.
Oh shit, that explosion was immediate.
Marcus, get out of there! Now!
That's it! Everybody out!
Venom, Wenrick, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Mandrake in The Magician, Defender of the Earth, and Autobot Grapple in Transformers. No. None of those characters ring a bell, I'm sorry. They don't ring bells for me, I'm sorry to say. Come on. There we go.
Right. Down in front.
Oh, thank goodness, with 10 seconds remaining. Alright, okay. That's cool. The voice of Splinter in the original.
We're okay, Dad.
He was a prominent Disney voice actor. Abraham Lincoln, The Hall of Presidents, Henry in Country Bear Jamboree, Captain Nemo in 20,000 Leagues Under the Stream.
Baird? Anyone receiving?
Hey, we heard that explosion 5 clicks.
Nah, still not ringing anything. Alright, at this... Hang on. Oop. Pause that. Sorry. This has gotten me to, like, actually open this up. So, Peter Renaday. Yeah, okay, Dragon Age Origins. I've played through Dragon Age Origins. Alright, here we go. Here we go. This will do way more. Alright, so you've got... Yeah, actor. Here we go. So... Is it doing by, like, sorting by most prominent? No. Okay, here we go. So, he was a random voice in Mulan. Scooby-Doo, Tenchu, Metal Gear Solid as Richard Ames. Oh, okay. He was Agamemnon in Age of Mythology. I played that. Bratz, Counselor, Soldier in Justice League. I don't know where in Justice League. EverQuest 2. I've not played EverQuest 2, so I don't know what he would have been there. The Matrix Path of Neo. He was the Keymaker, the Architect, and the Police. Dead Rising. Lair. Oh! Out. God damn. Okay. Hang on. Search with Google search. This guy. That's why he's voiced this guy. He voiced Al-Alim from the first Assassin's Creed. You could have gone with that. That would have been that's a way more like I recognize that voice kind of thing. Yep. So then it was in there because of Assassin's Creed Revelations, where it did some of that stuff. He did some voices in Archer. He was in Elder Scrolls Blades. Duncan! He was Duncan in Dragon Age Origins. Jesus. Let's see. He provided his voice in The Bourne Conspiracy, Lost Odyssey. Like, yeah, the fact he voiced Duncan, that's a huge one. Goodness gracious. Those were much bigger titles. Those were titles you probably should have given, and I would have been like, ah, that makes sense.
Yeah, we having a reunion with our old indie buddies, baby. Time for a grub-stumping party. You ready to roll? Whoa!
Yeah, let's do it.
Come on, Jack.
Hey, Jack's back alive.
You know, I was expecting bouquets, a band, maybe, something. Hey, where's Dom and Dizzy?
Dizzy's taking the submarine offshore. Dom didn't make it.
Oh, fuck no.
Somebody's gonna pay. Somebody's gonna fucking pay!
He got us this far. Let's finish it. Sam, Jace, get back to the ship and help him out. They need intel on where to land the troops.
But Marcus, you need us here with you.
It's not negotiable, people. Ship out.
Besides, he's probably gonna grab Baird and Cole.
Sam, take care of yourself, okay?
Yeah. You too, Bad.
Also, what the hell is this thing tracking on my left side? Is it because of this monitor arm?
We're heading for
No,
the
it can't
main
be.
tower. This is where it ends. One way or another.
Let's see. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Oh yeah, so Dragon, they're better now though than they were before. Trust me.
We're gonna need them.
Yeah. He's got a few new tricks to show you, too.
Alright, cool, cool, cool.
KR-06 on task, Phoenix. We'll lay down fire for you.
Roger that, 06.
Well, at least we got air support for a change.
Nice.
Take it!
KR-06 to Delta. We have visual on guards approaching to your left. Engaging now.
Go get him, Jack!
You gave Jack a stun gun.
Yeah, you can do a lot more than just open doors now.
Nice.
Oh, shit! Jack is back, baby! Grinder! Come get me! Get it off me! Who's next?
There we are. Nah, torque boat, don't care.
Yo, bitch! Tell your queen Delta's here to settle some scores!
Oh, how did I get lifted up like that?
Nice! Yeah, I know that's gotta hurt. Look at your legs. They're hanging on.
There we go. I wonder how many more chapters there are. Because I think we're at we're in the final act, as Code has mentioned, so we're at chapter 3, so maybe we're halfway through of this act?
Phoenix to Trescue! Warn off your birds! The grubs have got anti-air!
Roger that, Phoenix. Standing by.
Come on! Take him out!
Revive me.
Oh my god, Cole and Baird, you were not keeping up with me, were you?
I owe you one. I need ammo. Come on, hit it before they land more grubs!
Oh, yeah! That's what I'm talking
Splash 2!
No, don't be so far away. Oh, never mind. Did it.
I need ammo.
Yep, and I don't know where to go for it. Never mind, there's ammo. Come on!
Nothing but bits. Come on!
Stab.
Three ain't gonna be no charm this time, bitches!
Okay, move!
Commander, you can start landing troops. We've taken out the catapult and the gas barges.
Pilots are reporting at least 2 more artillery positions further inland. We have very few aircraft left, Cog. I cannot commit them until those catapults are taken out.
We'll find them. Stand by. Okay, move out. Let's put those assholes out of business.
Yo, check out this fancy shit! It's a goddamn 5-star hotel!
Yeah, but look what happens when you don't tip the bellhop.
Nah. Just leaves luggage everywhere.
The future of Sarah rests with you. When the
Whoa,
war is
what the hell is
over,
she selling?
our most valued citizens will rebuild humanity.
Azura was a bunker for the Cog's elite, so they could hide until the war was over. The last war.
Are those the research staff?
Hard to say. I can't tell whether their coats were white or not. This is the last Cog base the grubs would find. Makes sense to evacuate your key scientists here.
Like Prescott evacuated your father?
Yeah, maybe. Dad? It looks like they've killed everyone.
I think I was the only human they needed alive. Marcus, I can explain about Mira.
Dad, it can wait. Where are we?
You're near the hydroelectric dam. You've still got some way to go to reach the tower.
Okay, Dad, we're coming.
Alright, here we go. I wonder what the mythological reason for the name Azura. I wonder what...
Enemy spotted.
Ooh.
They've seen us! We've got enemy reinforcements! Oh, yeah! Come on! Okay, that catapult's ours! Take it!
Delta to rescue! We've taken one artillery position, but look out for Reapers! We're engaging!
Roger that, Delta.
Drop those Reavers, people!
Now that's more targets than we can handle with this bitch.
Then we breach the dam and flood them out. Come on, target the dam!
Come on. There we go.
It's starting to crack!
Keep it up!
Meow.
Come on! One more shot, we got it!
Get clear! Come on, run!
Nothing like property damage to, you know, remove enemy advantage.
Your research is vital, but remember to take time to relax. Appreciate the finest art from across Sarah.
Dad, once we get you out, what do we need to do to activate your weapon?
I've got the command keys here. That's all I need to trigger it.
Professor, this is Damon Baird. How does this thing work?
Ah, Baird, yes. Prescott mentioned you. Think of it as a neutron bomb without the blast. One that only kills Lambent self. In all of us.
All right.
Ooh. Interesting change. Jason's off at the lab so much more often than when we first arrived. There was a time when I'd seen that as a sign that he was cheating on me with one of those cute Grant fellows he's got following him around. Don't really worry about that anymore. He's staying late for the same reason that I'm keeping this stupid diary. We're grappling with something, but neither of us has the courage to acknowledge it. We lie awake in bed at night, sometimes for hours at a time, but we never say the words that are weighing us down and becoming heavier every day. We haven't heard anything about what's happening on the mainland. Nobody will tell us, and what we ask, they spout some nonsense about our luxurious spa this or therapy center that. Foie gras and wine this afternoon, or would we like something lighter? It's guilt. What I feel is guilt. I'm trapped in a cotton bathrobe hell while everyone he left behind dies at the hands of something that we just can't stop. I'm gonna tell Jason about this when he gets home, and if there's any humanity left in him, he'll tell me the same thing. We'll choke the truth out of Prescott himself if we have to. Dr. Zoe Olmsted's personal journal.
Then. Looking forward to that.
Ooh. So I wonder, was there like a little riot that broke out on this lovely beachfront hotel? Would love to know what. It's not a war crime the first time. I don't know if this is a war crime.
Yo, look out! Grubs on the road! Come on, assholes! Don't keep me waiting!
Blanco!
Boomer!
Fire in the hole!
Alright, so that's one shot into the head.
Gotcha.
That guy was annoying me.
Same team!
Nice!
Nyunk. Yeah! fuck is he going?
Revive me!
God damn it! It's because it's the first time. Ugh.
Yo, look out! Crumbs on the roof! Come on, assholes! Don't keep me waiting! Flank 'em! Oh, it looks like you got a boo-boo. Go tell your mom.
Gotcha.
Yeah, got one, baby.
This'll do.
Got some on me.
Blood mouth!
Alright, so I used those as best as I could. And let me get this.
Oh yeah!
Come on. Yeah! Remember, kids, to goon irresponsibly. That was a long-ass time ago. Here we go.
There it is, the last siege beast! Nice!
Drago!
Oh yeah!
Taking heavy fire!
I need ammo.
Throwing flag!
We're not gonna get ammo.
Sweet. Come on, take that thing out! We've got reinforcements waiting! Okay, time to play artillery.
Beautiful hit. I just had an unknown hard error for Explorer.exe. There's a good likelihood that my PC is just gonna hard crash in the next second. If this is it, chat, I am so sorry. It's probably... I don't know how long this stream is gonna last.
Phoenix to all call signs. You're clear to land. Let's get rid of this thing.
Please survive. Nah. Uh-oh. Yeah, no, my PC is like proper ended at this point, I think. Oh, wait, no, maybe not. Give it a minute. Either the hard drive is gonna crash or something terrible is gonna go off. Here's hoping. Oh boy. What's happening? I have no idea what's happening right now. Bunga Bunga PC bad? Maybe. Maybe the PC is bad. Who knows? Right now, like, I can see OBS is still, like, you know, capturing my voice and such like that, but I don't see any, like, visual thingy-majiggy is gonna go to bed. That wouldn't be nice, considering how close I am to the end of this. And also the fact that, like, you know, it is... Oh boy. Oh boy. The problem is that, like, it's like, oh yeah, Explorer.exe did a system hard error. It's like, what hard error? I have no idea. Like, is it still capturing me? I have no idea. Hello? Nah. Probably not. Like, I'm pressing Control-Alt-Delete and nothing's happening. Zeebs is frozen. Okay. Looks like OBS is frozen. So you can't hear me at all. Ah, okay. So it's just visual. So visual is just frozen. So visual is just frozen, and yeah, PC is just... The problem is that, like... Oh, cool, so it can go... Alright, that's kind of funny that it can do all that. Come on, you can do this. I don't know how much of this game is gonna, like... Because, like, there was autosaves and all that kind of nonsense in this, like, you know, cloud gaming thing, so I don't know how much of it is going to be saved. Maybe save and restart? How? It's not listening to anything I am doing, and if it's in the middle of, like, a frozen like this, it's not normally advisable to do a force restart, especially since programs can still do things, is the thing. Because the worst case scenario is like, if I do force shut this down and there is a corrupted like OS file or something like that, then that means that it's not gonna boot up again if I do this. Like, this is a make it or break it kind of situation. Oh boy. Is it gonna be a force restart? Control Shift Escape, Control Alt Delete, Control Shift Delete. Can you restart stream and leave? It's not Wild Saber, it's the entire PC. It's frozen. OBS is still running, but I can't use my mouse. I can't use my keyboard or board. Like, nothing everything visual is frozen. And I can't control the PC. for whatever reasons, I can, like, the Stream Deck can still, like, send commands and what have you. Alright. Let's see. Fine.